The selfie sounds. How are you guys? It's Friday. It's starting an hour late today because I did a lightning talk at GopherCon, which was super fun. I hadn't done a lightning talk before. I also hadn't done a virtual lightning talk before. That's got to be uncommon, right? Well, more and more common. But maybe not so common before this year. Hard to say. It was pretty fun. I feel pretty amped. I put a lot of energy into the lightning talk. It was not a particularly shocking talk, but it was actually it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. They have some good, really good presentation software set up. Oh my gosh, it's so complicated. Large data stash, yeah, exactly. I'm just growing out this nasty quarantine beard and mustache. It's a little bit gross, but like, what do you gotta ride it out, you know? This is the first time in my life that I've really attempted to grow any kind of facial hair. So I have to see what happens. It's an experiment, you know what I mean? But yeah, oh my God, their streaming stuff, it's like so complicated. They have their live stream that's happening. They have like presentations that people have recorded, I think. There's like the interstitials, there's ads, there's like a sidebar. And then for the lightning talks, they have this other piece of software called StreamYard. And StreamYard is like a Zoom. You can join the StreamYard if you're a presenter, and you can be off stage, backstage, front stage, and everything's like pre-set up. They can like flip you in, flip you out. There's the main presenter. I don't know. It's like super complicated. I was going to see if I could stream at the same time as doing the lightning talk presentation, because I just thought that'd be cool. But in the end, they were like, please don't do that. It's going to be too complicated. And I think that they were right. I think that I'm glad I didn't do that. It would have been like really messy and confusing. So yeah, setup is unreal. Eric's Rust multiplayer, I have no idea what they're doing backstage. I think Eric did say that he's going to do a blog post or talk on how he did the setup and everything. So maybe they are using some custom stuff. I'm not exactly sure, but they're all super cool, smart people. You're too lazy to shave. I mean, that's a good reason to not have a beard, I would say, or to have a beard, I should say. Anyway, all right, so what are we going to do today? That's an actual excellent question. I think I want to talk a little bit about this project that I started looking at yesterday, which is so we have all of these Golang maps that we use everywhere in Cockroach to keep track of column IDs and how they map to indexes within a row. And we're using like it's kind of inefficient the way we do it. We use like Go maps. There's a lot of allocations. So we have a little internal struct called the FastIntMap that people use to avoid some of these allocations. So I started like migrating some of these maps to FastIntMaps, and I got it pretty far. There's some test failures. I want to look at them. That's probably what we're going to do. But yeah, so, okay. Well, bam. Hit up that desktop view. I think here's my talk, guys. I wrote it in like 2 hours this morning. I put a bunch of like janky screenshots into it. I put some of these no's and yeses, the stamps, you know. I put some screenshots of GitHub issues by Russ Cox, just like for funsies. I don't know. I don't write a lot of talks, to be honest. Hey, it's the software dev angel herself. What's up, Lisa? Talking about working on this on stream today too. Might as well run it again real quick. I don't want to do that. Matt, I just don't want to do it. You can check out, is it a new camera angle? I think it's basically the same. What's up, Saif? I don't know how to say your name, man. Which is it? Saif or Saif? I feel like I always just get it wrong and I don't do it right. Here's the thing though. If you do want to watch the talk, safe. Okay, good to know. If you do want to watch the talk, you can in fact go to twitch.tv/gophercon. And not only can you watch the ongoing talks, which I guess I'm talking over, but you know, sometimes people watch GopherCon, sometimes people don't, you know. You can do that, or you can go into their VODs. How do you go to their VODs? Where are the VODs at? Why can I not see their steeply confusing? What's up, JJM? This project, my friend, is out of date. I'm gonna just quickly edit that. So let's see, commands, edit, project, working on, click on the channel name. Oh yeah, there you go. So you can check out the VODs. They got lightning talks from today over here. They got lightning talks from 2 days ago over here. Overall, just a fantastic conference. Oh my gosh, it's just been so good. A lot of good speakers. Eric and Brian did a great job with this stuff. Can't have been easy, but they made it look really easy. Do I know how to use a computer? It is a good question, to be honest. I don't really. Exactly, so many props, so many props. So let's see, working on reducing some allocations in CockroachDB. How about that? For an extremely unspecific project title. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. I gave myself a shout out at the end. It was pretty fun. I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you're having a good week. I hope everything's groovy. I hope the coronavirus is not upticking too fast in your locales. I'm feeling a little nervous about that. I feel like it's lockdown time again, you know? But to be honest, like, is that so different from what I've been doing for the last several weeks and months? I think the answer is like, not really. So same shameless self-promotion poggers. Exactly. That is 100% how I felt at the end of that talk there. But that's what you got to do, you know? I think that's what you got to do. Lockdown is coming, or you'll do a self-imposed one. Yeah, I think that's about right. I mean, Thanksgiving. What are you guys doing about Thanksgiving? You know, you got, like, my family is like wanting to do Thanksgiving, but then maybe they don't. If there's too many people, they're like, okay, it's a whole story. I don't know if I want to go into it. Girlfriend's family, they have a Thanksgiving. My family, no Thanksgiving. We invited my family to their family, but then coronavirus, too much of it. So then my parents were sort of getting a little bit sketched out, and they said, oh, maybe we won't come. And now I'm feeling like, what do I do? How do I see them without seeing them? Something like that. We'll just have to see. Okay, so what is going on with this stuff? I have a little bit of a diff that I did for my talk, I guess. Let me actually just remove that diff real quick. Where is it? How far of a trip? Oh, it's like no trip. That's the weird thing, JGM. Like we all live in Brooklyn. So it would take me like 20 minutes to go over there. Hey, Privan, what is going on? Nice to see you. If you drink enough wine, it's like hand sanitizer on the inside and out. Yeah, that's actually, you know, that's a really good point. Maybe I'll just recommend to my parents, just come, but please get wasted. That will cure you from the coronavirus. Maybe that's a way to do it. We'll just have to see about that. I'll keep you guys posted. Stag Junior Bourbon, 60% plus alcohol by volume. That's would you say that that's actually good though? To be honest, like I've been drinking this whiskey from Japan that I can't remember the name of. It's not the one from Lost in Translation. It's like this other one. It's got a really high percent ABV, and I just don't think it's actually that tasty. It's sharp. It burns. You know, okay, I'm gonna just get this because I don't remember. Just give me 1 second. All right, I got the whiskey. Here's the whiskey. It's actually not as high percent as I thought. It is not 60%. It's merely 45%. But I guess I just don't like it. How about that? It's whiskey that I don't like because it's a little too sharp or something. You guys know about the EY? Nika. I have not. Never heard of that. All right. So let me show you what is up. Actually, yo, Bonorb, how's it going? Let me show you guys what is up. Everything is in disarray from taking screenshots for my lightning talk. See you, Lisa. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the high words of praise. I will talk to you later. So I want to show you guys what I'm talking about. That's the first thing I want to do today. What is a FastIntMap?
Everybody knows that relational databases don't scan.
MD Layer, thank you so much for that gift sub to Dominique.
Join,
really appreciate that.
And right to
Dominique, if you're there, hello. Appreciate all your work. So a FastIntMap. What's the deal with it? What is the deal with FastIntMap? So a lot of the time in Cockroach, let me actually show you a use case before I dive into what this thing is. So let me think here. Where would be a good use case to start with? If I go into the old, Golan settings, I don't have those on my GitHub or anything. Maybe I should if you're interested. I do have, if you're looking for the color scheme, that one is, okay. Wow, this is looking like a really intense website. It takes so much effort. Like it really wants me to, I'm from 1900. I'm also from Algeria. Ooh, wow. That looks like some pretty nice looking whiskey, doesn't it? So beautiful. I'll have to check that one out. The guy in the whiskey store explained it to me. They don't produce large volumes, but many people in China. Holy mackerel. You guys are truly whiskey fanatics. I don't know anything about this stuff. Anyway, okay, so what is a column index map? That's what I really want to be talking about. It says that it returns a map from column ID to the ordinal position of that column. And so what is that for? Essentially, the idea is that we need to be able to know, okay, I will do a quick demo. I would love to go to a whiskey bar with you. That would be super fun. What's up, undefined behavior? That is a good nickname. So if I make a table, create table A int primary key, B int, C int, insert into A values 1, 2, 3. So if I select from this guy, you'll see, you know, your old data that you put in. And let's say I were to select just a couple of columns, and maybe I put them in a weird order or something like that. If I said select B, comma A from A, that we need to somehow figure out as the database. You might imagine there's a lot of things we have to figure out to like service this query. We have to figure out, okay, what the heck does A mean really? Like, how do I know what table A is? And we call that name resolution. And that's about searching through all the different schemas and databases that we have available and finding something that matches the name A. And we do the same thing for these columns. Once we find the table that we've matched, we've got to look through that table for columns whose names are the things that we've requested. And you might imagine that after we get those columns, like sort of descriptions of those columns, which we call column descriptors inside of the table, these things actually have identifiers, so IDs. And I'll actually just, why don't I just show you what that looks like? There's something called column descriptor, which is a protobuf. And this is sort of how we store columns, and you can see that it's got a name, like I was saying, and an ID. And this is good stuff, but it's not quite enough, because what we also need is we need to know what position inside of a row of the table is one of these columns. Does that make sense? So like you can imagine that on disk, there's a particular order that these keys are stored in. And we've got to know when we're reading those stored keys, how to associate a piece of data from one of the stored keys to the column that we know is existing in the table. So the color scheme, I'll just hit you with this. This is basically, wait a minute. I've got this. I've got this. That's all I've got for you. All right. So how do we store at runtime? How do we like make a mapping from these column IDs to that ordinal position within the row? The answer, the answer is that we have a method on this big fat. It's kind of in progress being refactored, so you might notice that there's like this giant interface with no comments. It's sort of a work in progress right now. So we extracted some stuff into some interfaces. So yeah, a little gross, but let's not focus on that. So you can call this method column IDX map on this thing, which is wrapping one of these table descriptor protobufs that I was talking about. And what it does is it actually goes and it's abysmal. Okay, thanks, OmniBoy. That I agree with you. What it actually does is it's going to loop through all of these column descriptors in the table descriptor, and it's going to be writing down in a map this mapping from the ID to the ordinal position. Let me actually show you real quick. What things looked like before I made this commit recently, just to give you an idea. So before I made this commit, it looked like this. You can see at the beginning of this method, we actually allocate a new go map. We size it by the number of columns because we expect to be inserting that number most of the time. And we're adding a map from the column ID to the ordinal position within this columns array. There's some other logic for it in case there are quote unquote mutations, which is about if there's ongoing schema changes in a particular table, then we have to look through those active schema change mutations for other columns in case somebody added a column in a schema change, for example. We need to, it's a little bit like confusingly done like this because of the way that schema changes work in CockroachDB, which is that they don't lock the whole database. So if I were to add a column on a table, that's going to be concurrent with any other operations that are happening, which means that in a distributed system, you need to be able to recognize that you could either be seeing the old version of the table or the new version of the table. So there's all sorts of stuff kind of set up to deal with that stuff. I am 31, and I guess I've been programming since, I don't know, high school or something. Hey, Solar Truth. Right. So we make this map. It turns out that if you run Cockroach and profile it, which I want to do in a second, actually, why don't I actually boot up the old, we have this thing called GCE Worker, which is going to be a pretty useful little tool for the stream, especially, which is just a computer sitting in the cloud that you can turn on and off. It's just an instance in the cloud. How about that? But we have some scripts around it to like automate it. But it's useful for the development of this stuff because that way my computer won't die when I run benchmarks on it. Anyway, so it turns out though that this was getting pretty expensive, like all of these maps that we were making. And what's worse, you guys, here's something I did not know. If you iterate over a map, it actually allocates, which is kind of crazy. How would I find where that was happening? If you iterate over a map, you see this? Okay, what file is this in? cfetcher.go. So we have this loop here that's saying for each key and value in this map that we were talking about, so map from, this is a column ID here, and this is a ordinal value here. If I profile this, it turned out that there was like a ton of allocations coming from this line. And I take that to mean that ranging over a Go map actually allocates, which is not good, especially because this is just super hot path code, all of this stuff, unfortunately. It's sort of like setup code, but if you're doing a workload that's really about point lookups, for example. So I like to do this benchmark where I just tell a workload to read single keys from a table that has no keys in it. So that's sort of a good stress test of the setup path for querying And it's pretty common that people want to run sort of point lookup workloads on Cockroach. But it turns out that doing this setup, you have to do that on every query. We don't really cache these objects particularly well. There's a lot of the setup, so every time we have to iterate over all of the different mappings and stuff, and that allocates a bunch. So I didn't really like that, and I was thinking maybe we could get around it somehow. Wouldn't a generator suit that? You mean a generator meaning like a callback that has state or something like that? It's a good question. I actually don't know. I'm guessing that a lot of the time when you do stuff with callbacks, a lot of the time those end up being really expensive. Lazy evaluation. I think that it might help. It very well might help, but I don't quite know what you're referring to, so I can't really comment. Like, you'd have to be really specific. I think that you couldn't really lazily evaluate this particular thing. We have to do this loop, because what this is doing is setting up some state for this. This is sort of this little mini program, the C fetcher, that does the mapping from the on-disk data to the columns that we've requested. That's sort of what I was talking about earlier. And we have to have this state available for the C fetcher. So you can't really lazily evaluate this, unfortunately. Anyway, so I was thinking, like, man, it's why do we even have this stored as a map? Do we have to? And it turns out that my colleagues wrote this program called FastIntMap that is sort of a map that doesn't have to allocate in certain cases. And the cases that it doesn't have to allocate are if the keys and values are small. Where is the documentation here? The current settings support a map from keys in the range 0 through 31 to values in 0 through 15. So it's like 4 maps that are really from small integers to small integers. And luckily for us, that's like exactly what this particular map is about, right? Column IDs are most of the time going to be small. I mean, there's lots of cases where you're going to have big column IDs, but for simple workloads, they're going to be small. And for more importantly, not just for simple workloads, but for tables that are really small. For tables that don't have a lot of modifications, that just have a few columns, these are going to be small. And the values are also going to be small, right? So it's pretty much, it's like a really good use case. You installed Grovbox on Goland. It's not like this. I didn't change anything about Grovbox. So I'm not sure why it wouldn't be like that. What's up, Luminism? How are you doing? Swiss table flashpacks? What is Swiss table? A Swiss table is a hash table. It's a fancy hash table. Interesting. I think that well, I don't know. I would guess that these are really more about, wow, there's all sorts of crazy data structures here, huh? Flat hash map. Abseil. Wow, I've never even heard of any of this stuff. I've never really programmed in C++. The link talk there is really good. I'll have to check that one out. But anyway, so if your values are really small like this, between 0 and 31 and 0 through 14 for the value size, then this program ends up just using this array here. So let's look at the structure of FastIntMap. It's got 2 things inside of it. Small, which is a fixed size array of uint64s. And the fixed size, I guess, is 2. Interesting. And then the large is just a regular old Go map like we were using before. I actually don't really know how this thing works. So let's find out. So what happens when we set a key and a value in a FastIntMap? We check, first of all, whether or not large is nil. And if large is nil, then we just bounce. Or if large is non-nil, then we just do the regular old thing where we set the key to the value in the map. It's like a tuple. Hey, Lithium, how's it going? Nice to see you. If large is nil, though, then we do actually some stuff. We say if key is greater than 0 and key is less than numvals, and numvals is hard-coded to something that is calculated by, okay, so the number of int64s that we're storing times the number of values per word. The number of values per word is 64 divided by the number of bits. Okay, so is what's going on here that we take 4 bits out of every integer and use that as, okay, so right, the values, I guess, are 4 bits long. Is that what that's saying? 2, 4, 8, 16. So the values could have, oh, I see. So the values could either be, they could be they could either be, yeah, anything in the range 0 through 15, but we have to subtract 1 to have not present. So that kind of explains.
Everybody knows that relational.
Hey, Lithium, thank you so much for that sub.
Because they
Welcome
use
back.
joins, and write to disk.
Appreciate the sub, man. It's nice to see you again. I think you were absent for a bit, but yeah, welcome back. So I think what's happening, right? 4 bits in each word are used for each of the values. We reserve one of the values of the 4-bit values to mean not present. That gets us 0 through 14. And then presumably when we actually set something, which we can go back and look at, it's going to do some bit masking stuff. So it picks the right word. So it takes out of the 2 different indexes, 2 different integers in our integer array, it finds the one to look at. So let's say we were setting the 0th entry. We divide 0 by 2 and we get 0. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, no. Numvals per word is not 2, right? Numvals per word is this much larger quantity. Okay, this makes sense. So 16 go into the first section and 16 go into the second section. And then we do the modulus to get the position within the word that we picked. So let's say this was 1. We modulus it by this and it stays 1, but if it were 17 it would also be 1, and then we multiply it by num bits, which is 4, to get the right actual position within the word. And then we do some bit masking stuff, which I'm terrible at reading. So we take the word that we're editing, we and equal it with not mask shifted by pose. So mask, this is going to be clearing, right? So the mask is, I guess, it's essentially zeros. It's 1, 1, 1, 1, I think, right? 1 shifted to the left by 4. And then you subtract 1 to get all 1s in the elements before that particular bit. And then you knot it to make them all zeros. Or all zeros except for the ones that were 0, which are now 1s. Okay, so that makes sense. This is the clear, and then this is the setting. And with this, it's, what do? We are adding 1 to value. So we're reserving 0 for not set. We shift it left by the number of times that we're supposed to, and then we or equals it to set. Okay, so it's pretty cool. I think it makes a lot of sense. Yo, FTC, GC, TC, what is going on? We're looking at what we call FastIntMap, which is a Golang map implementation that has a fast path and a no allocations path for keys and values that are small. Yo, thanks for the follows, LK Void and FTCGCTC. So that's for set. For unset, I guess we set it to -1, which, right, we're adding 1 to this so it becomes 0. It all is making sense. It all is making sense. Oh, you know, here's interesting. Actually, there's one more thing that we have to think about, right? Which is that, let's say we got a key and value that didn't fit within our very constrained set of integers. Then I guess what we do is we transform the thing, we transform the small set into an ordinary Go map, and we clear the small set. So we're always in either the small set or the large set. And so for too large, it looks like we iterate over the small, we get the small value, and then we set it in the map as long as it's not -1, which indicates non-presence. If you do a comparison against numwords uint64, does that immediately allocate and free an array? I don't know. That is a good question. Go code bases are easier to read. Lithium was saying that it's hard to find your way through a Go code base, right? Yeah. I mean, I have to say that when I was coding in Java a lot, coming to Go was disorienting because there wasn't the really clear structure of classes and packages as much. And you can sort of do anything. But now that I've lived in Go for a long time, I do find it easier. I have to say that I do rely quite a lot on my IDE to be able to navigate around. I end up using a lot of like search quite a bit more than remembering file names and package paths and stuff because this project's so big, but I'm not sure if that's normal. Or maybe it's also possible that CockroachDB is just like, it's not exactly the best example of like good package structure and stuff like that. Line 32. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, this is a good question. I don't know what this would do. You know what we could do? You know what we could do? Since we were just talking about GC assert and stuff like that, we could probably see what happens. Let's run go build GC flags equals -m package util. See what we get. FastIntMap. So it doesn't, I mean, yeah, I guess this wouldn't tell us anything, right? This output is going to tell you whether something gets escaped to the heap, but it doesn't tell you whether it has to allocate or not. I guess we would probably want to run the profile or something like that, right? Oh, I'm definitely not going to optimize this. I was just curious. It's a good question. Yo, bro Hunter, thank you. I appreciate that.
Everybody knows that relational
Lithium with a
databases
gift
don't
sub.
scale because
Thank you,
they
Lithium.
use joins
I appreciate that. I think you might have gifted a gift sub to
joins
Bro Hunter before.
and write to
So
disk.
thank you for the second gift stub to Bro Hunter. The sign up for the talk, I kind of just joined they have this thing called StreamYard, and it's like a little Zoom, and you can join it, and I guess they were like the first N people who joined this little Zoom thing will be on the stream. And then they sort of said, you're gonna be on soon. And then I don't know, StreamYard's pretty cool. It's like a pretty good platform for setting these things up. Okay, so what I was gonna work on was actually about a big migration. A big migration from using these maps everywhere to using FastIntMaps. And I didn't want to do this particular, well, I don't know. I just sort of did it last night because I felt like it, but it was pretty boring. it was basically just like searching for places where we make these maps from desc pb column ID to int and replacing them with just declarations of these FastIntMaps and sets instead of index sets or whatever. What do you call this? Like slice sets? But so there's a couple things that I was thinking. One is that, okay, so Go doesn't have generics, right? We all know that. We all know Go doesn't have generics. One annoying thing about that for this particular case is that most of the places that we're using this thing, we actually have to cast stuff to integers. So let's look at an example. What's a good example? Okay, we can just look at cfetcher. I've been working at Cockroach Labs since 2016. Folders in the source called Ken and Rob. Is that for real? I didn't know about that. So here's what I'm talking about. So I added this new method called get or error, so that instead of having to, I think it's pretty convenient. A lot of the times we want to just return an error if something is missing rather than having to look at the OK and transform it into an error with a new string and stuff like that. So I added this get or error function. But you can see that instead of just being able to pass in call, I have to cast it to an integer. And the reason for that is call in this case is a column ID. And column IDs are just integers under the hood. Oh, I guess they're uint32s. Okay, that actually makes a lot more sense. I think if this was just int, maybe it would just work. But in any case, it's a uint32, so I've got to cast it to an int. So one person's suggestion was that os.error not exist. That's kind of a good idea. I mean, I just like literally returned an errors.newf. But you're probably right that we should do something more structured so that we can test for it. I don't know. Yeah, this was, right, sort of fever dream code. I mean, the real backstory, by the way, to why I'm doing this is that we're trying to enable our column-oriented SQL execution engine by default for more queries. Right now, it's only on by default if the cardinality of your query is a certain size. So if we can tell that you're going to have more than 1,000 rows to process, we use the vectorize engine. Otherwise, we use the original row at a time engine. I mean, we're trying to get rid of that because, well, it's a lot of overhead to maintain 2 execution engines. So we're trying to move completely to one of them. But for these really simple workloads that I was talking about, so this, like, we call it KV100, so KV 100% reads. The vectorized engine path, well, we just hadn't really optimized the case where we're doing almost no work. There's all this setup to do, and then we just like quit, and the setup begins to dominate. So I was sort of selfishly taking a look, like, what can we optimize? Like, what are the wasted allocations in these setup paths and stuff like this? And I found this one. I think it's pretty big. So that's why I was just sort of hacking on it. That's sort of the backstory there. Depending on the results of these benchmarks, it's unclear. We may or may not even like keep this change, but we'll find out. So anyway, one suggestion was that like we could have a FastIntMap version that's customized for column IDs. I think we could do it with copy paste. We could do it with some code generator thing. I don't know if it doesn't really seem that necessary because like, I don't actually think, I mean, I suppose I could just have methods on the same structure. Because look, I mean, it's kind of funny, like under the hood, it's all uint32s anyway. So maybe what I could do is just have some extra methods on this thing that just use the uint32s. It's kind of an option. But But anyway, I'm not exactly sure what I should do. The main thing that I want to do right now is actually, after I've explained what's going on, there's a bug. That's kind of like the ultimate. So there's a bug, and let me show you what the bug is. I'm going to run this test. That's a very good point. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It would be a complete disaster to introduce that type into util. It would not work. There would be circular dependencies. So either I'd copy this whole thing into another, well, wait a minute. Isn't it the case, like, hold on. So if I did, let's say I copied this and I just made it use a uint32. Doesn't this, won't this work without casting? Oh, then we have to cast it over here. This whole thing is just like kind of, it's like unclear if this is really worth anybody's time. So yeah. I always get confused about like when you have to cast stuff and when you don't, honestly. But, so just taking this as an example, would it work if we said get uint32? No, that doesn't work either. So it's not even, we would have to like copy it to a different package and stuff, which does not really feel like the greatest use of time I've ever heard of. So I'll probably not do that. Probably not do that. Yeah, I agree. It's probably not worth the duplication. Simple made easy. That is a classic talk by our boy Rich Hickey. I remember Clojure when it was like the hotness. I don't know what happened there. Requiring Swift iOS experience is unfair. Ooh, that's an interesting question. I don't know. But is it actually, I mean, does the compiler have to convert stuff more than once? Does it actually do that? Or does it notice that you're doing the conversion twice? Because they're versus values, right? That's one thing I've never been sure of. Like, here's an example. We do this conversion on 2 lines. Does this actually have to convert something twice? Yeah, let's godbolt it. That is a good point. Godbolt. Get me godbolt. Go source. Okay. I've already got a bunch of stuff in my editor here. Let's get rid of this. Package test. Whoops. And I think maybe I'll just copy all of FastIntMap into the, I guess it's kind of overkill. Well, I'll just do it anyway. I'm taking you, FastIntMap. Come on over. Come over to the internet. Okay, it didn't work. Oh, it uses all sorts of crap. Okay, forget it. We're not doing that. We'll just do a basic thing where we will say func a uint32 error. And this can't be inlined, right? I think if it gets inlined, it'll be confusing. So I'll say for I is equal to 0, I less than a, I plus plus, if I is equal to 999, return. Why am I returning an error? That's like so complicated. Okay, so hopefully this will not be inlineable. Okay, then func main. Then we're gonna make one foo is equal to a of, wait. No. We'll take an argument. A int. And we're gonna say uint of a foo is equal to a of uint32. A of uint32 of a plus, we're just gonna do it twice, right? What's wrong with this? What's going on with this? Cannot call non-function, okay. Input. And we're gonna say format.println foo. Oh my God. Did it work? Is it working? Oh my gosh, there's a million comments. Godbolt is definitely helpful for bounce check elimination. Go no inline. Yeah, I should have done that. Okay, so let's see. What actually happens? What actually happens? Who knows how to reassembly? Is it getting inlined? Can they inline these things now? We're go no inlining it. We're go no inlining it. Taking our own advice. Okay. Well, truth be told, I have no idea if this is doing the cast twice or not. I have to import unsafe. Why? This definitely worked. Really? I don't think so. I think Godbolt maybe it has something to fix that because the output is completely different. I don't think that's true. Anyway, go link name. You do need some weird stuff. Yeah. Bro Hunter, I'm trying to figure out whether this uint32 cast is like evaluated twice. I actually can't. I have no idea. It kind of feels like it's not happening in either case because I don't really see any code that is about that or something. I have no clue. Who knows assembly? How do I can I share this somehow? What happened to the share button? The heck? Oh, share. Int casts don't change the binary representation, but that's like the entire point. Yeah, it definitely has common sub-expression elimination. I agree with you. Point is, I guess it's really not a good use of time to clone this structure just to avoid the casts. That's kind of like the whole point of this, right? It's like we don't want to have to clone this just to avoid the cast. So we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. I think what we do need to figure out though is why these tests are broken though. Because they are badly broken. You know what's super weird about all this though? He's probably still watching GopherCon. That'd be my guess. That's probably part of his job to watch all of GopherCon. Right? Gotta get that user input. So what's super weird about this test failure is that all of the other tests work except for this test. And the other tests, like these maps that we're looking at, they're used like all over the place. It's like they're so important. If you get these things wrong, like nothing will really work because they're just so fundamental to reading data from disk. So I'm just pretty confused about how. Can we just run only the test that failed, please? Test import into CSV. I'm just confused about how we could possibly be failing just this test. And I've got to figure that out. It just feels like how. Like I was thinking probably there's a FastIntMap that I initialized wrong in this package, but there wasn't. There might be some clues. The tests that fail, they all have this word target calls, which I don't exactly know what that means, to be honest. But maybe we can find out. So let's see, target calls with default PK. Target calls with default PK. Tests for user specified target columns in import into statements. This would be a good time to figure out what import into does. Oh, right. So I think import into is a way of taking CSV data and inserting it into a table that's more efficient than just using inserts. I think that's kind of what it's about. I guess we should probably look at the implementation of import into. I feel like, oh yeah, you know what we actually also did that was useful? I just had the code panic when it got to this line so that I don't have to figure out what the stacks are or anything like that. Let's actually get that working again, because that was making things a little bit easier. Async versus Go routines. There's a vibrant argument in the chat. I feel like I'm not qualified to talk about async versus Go routines. All right, so here's our panic. And it happens inside of new datum row converter. New datum row converter. What the heck is this thing? So a datum row converter. Oh, this is seeming relevant. Look at this. Import into allows specifying target columns, which could be a subset of the visible columns of a table. If no target columns are specified, we assume all columns of the table descriptor are to be inserted into. So I guess what's happening here, this test case says target column specified, presumably, right? Where's the test again? With PKs. Oh, maybe this is actually the opposite. So target calls with default PK. Target call names. So I feel like in this case, target column names is equal to 0, right? Oh, no, maybe it's this. Maybe it's, oh, okay, wait. Tests import into with various column sets, target column sets, and an implicit PK provided by the hidden column row ID. Okay, so I think, okay. So in Cockroach, if you make a table without a primary key like this, create table A int, B int, and you show create A, it kind of seems like there's just 2 columns in here. But what happens under the hood is that Cockroach actually inserts a third automatic column called row ID into the table. So if I say select row ID A, B from A, like that will work, okay? Even though it's sort of not in the table's definition. So I guess what's going on here is that we're testing that particular case. We're inserting into a table without an explicitly specified primary key, which means that there is a row ID in there. So I guess there's some mismatches. It's like the CSV data presumably has just values for A through F and no row ID value. And because of that, something is going awry. So let's go back to our actual code here. So I think in this case, target column names is not equal to 0. I guess we could find out about that, right? If we wanted. Yeah, JJ, I'm exactly right. If you have a primary key, then you don't get any row IDs. Wait, row ID is not like a good thing really, because it's you can't control it. It's not even an auto increment thing. It's like, I think it's a timestamp or something like that. So this is actually interesting. Look, there's a map from column ID to struct. So I guess there was a set. Very similar to the problem that we're working on right now. There's like a pointless creation of a map just to be a set of small integers. So I think we could probably fix that too, but we're probably not going to do that right now. I think somebody else actually set out to fix that recently. Actually, by the way, I should probably show you this pull request that I have open right now. Just for the record. Used FastIntMap for column ID to index maps. And it fails due to this one test, but nobody's commented or anything. What's the best BSD? There's another question I'm truly not qualified to answer. So where do we get this panic again? It's on line 378. So it's actually far after what we were just looking at. We're iterating over the columns in the table descriptor. And we're asking for the column ID that we found from this map. And now this map is util FastIntMap, so this is the difference. And presumably this means that we've set this thing up wrong, right? Because I think if this failed before, it would have just panicked itself. So I think this definitely implies that insert call ID to row index is not properly populated, I think. So how do we populate this? It looks like we run make inserter. And we populate it here. So we take in this table descriptor and we populate it directly here. Call ID to row index from calls. See you later, Wacolder Bear. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the follow, Parallel Cobra. The best BSC is the OG one. Go definitely does its own thing. I think it's pretty cool. Sometimes you may take time to get to the outcome that you want, as we all know. But I think in the end, they're going to invent something that's very specific to how Go looks and feels and works under the hood. Like with generics, I guess I'm thinking of, which I think is probably good for everybody. I feel like there's a lot of languages, new languages, that do a lot of cargo culting right now. But I guess I don't know for sure. What about Jonathan Blow's new language? Anybody have an opinion on that? I feel like, is that a controversial topic? Why is it in beta? How come nobody can play with it? Why is it behind closed doors only? These are some questions I have about Jonathan Blow's new language. It's called J-A-I. It's not open source. At least it isn't right now, which is suspicious, isn't it? Like, why make a language and not have it open source? I think it's too late. I've already opened the topic. Yes, it is attached to Jonathan Blow. I have no comments about Jonathan Blow and his personality. Yeah. He does stream on Twitch. I actually like his streaming. It's pretty, I think it's pretty good. He's definitely a smart person, right? Like you definitely can't deny that he's a very smart person. And a great game designer, right? But making a language that's closed source it's a little odd. It's just like pretty weird. Okay, so here's my call ID to row index from calls. I did modify it. Check it out. It's different. But I don't understand is like it's not like substantively different, right? It's like so let's see. This is writer.go. Some of the stuff he designed is half-baked version of some features that have existed and floated around academia for 20 years. I mean, I feel like a lot of language designers will ignore academia, right? That's like not exactly a unique thing. People like to make languages because it's really addictive to a certain kind of personality. So this seems like the same, right, guys? It's a function, it takes some column descriptors, it returns a FastIntMap, declares a FastIntMap, loops over the columns. It sets the idth element to I. I think that is the same, right? Half-baked applies better to the real world? Sometimes. Some types in Go would be really great. Oh my gosh. I definitely wish that we had some types in Go. So the thing is that like this is the only difference that I can see, which is a little bit scary. Unless insert columns is coming from somewhere different, which I guess is possible. Calls comes from here. Process column set. I wonder if this is actually getting... This is now different. Now this is yet another thing where it's like, this is our other future project, getting rid of these maps. But it doesn't touch anything to do with our column maps. We might actually have to debug this with some print and stuff like that. Why don't, I feel like we should probably do that. He went to UC Berkeley. Do you think he crossed paths with Peter and Spencer? I'll have to ask them that. I'll ask Peter and Spencer whether they know who Jonathan Blow is. My guess is no, but we'll find out. I think you'll be fine, right? Like, do people really quiz you on language design, like language detail stuff at interviews? It really depends on the company. I think if they quiz you too much on that stuff, then maybe you don't want to work there anyway. When my main advice is probably like, if they ask you to do something in a language, just choose something that you're good at, right? They don't actually care. I don't ever care as an interviewer whether somebody does the language that I work in at all. In fact, my preferred thing would be that they choose the one that they're best at. Yeah, exactly. Go with Python. Go with Python. I think Python is a great language for doing interview. So I guess I'll just print some stuff, right? Like, I don't know. I can't immediately see what's wrong with this. What line is it at again? 378. Okay. So let's just do some logging, I guess. Log.infof context. My insert call ID to row index map says yes, I was telling you that you should use dev, but I can't delve. I mean, I can't use delve on stream. It's too slow. It would work if I on a mega gaming PC or something like that, but I don't have that yet. I'm still on my laptop. I love delve, but I can't use it on stream. So I'm going to print this out. We'll see what happens. Let's actually just trim this down to a particular subtest. Why can I not copy and paste right now? Ryzen 5950. Dominique, are you a Dell user? It's not slow normally, but just when the computer's doing other crap, I feel like it's extremely slow. Wait, did I not? Probably didn't print out the logs here. Although I do have them captured, I guess, so I can look at that. Wait. Printf user? Yeah, I got that. Actually, why don't we, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. We're gonna panic over here instead, and then we can actually capture it when it's happening. So we'll, is this really what we want though? Because we actually, well, anyway, we'll panic here. And we're gonna say, like, the stupid log framework, like, I don't know. It sometimes doesn't print before a panic or something. I think that's probably the issue. That's why I didn't see that printing out. We'll just get rid of the log and instead use prints. I feel like they're more reliable sometimes. And then I think we also need to have this show logs. We're talking about Apple ARM chips. You guys know that you can't run Docker on Apple ARM chips, right? I'm upset about Apple situation. Did you guys see that thing where yesterday, like some kind of like certificate checking server that they run went down and then it made all of the apps slow? Did you guys see that? I actually saw that. Like my stuff was just janky and I was like, is my computer actually dying? And then later it's like, oh wait, every app was just trying to connect to some random. Do you guys want to see my Etsy hosts now? My Etsy hosts has blackholed ocsp.apple.com. Wait, should this say 0.0.0.0 or something? Instead of, because like what if I had a web server on 127? This should probably say, wait. Uh-oh. Don't type my password on stream. Look at that. I remembered. Anyway. Okay, so we got this thing to print out. It says that the map is 1 maps to 0, and we already knew that. Why did I even bother doing that? Okay, the main thing that we actually have to do here is that we've got to check out the last thing and then keep this printf and see like what the difference is. Let's actually just add this. Your neural net was right. My password is password1. Whoops, I want actually. Okay, so now that we're at the previous branch, oh no, we did actually want that. Sorry, we wanted the like master version essentially. Then I think over here what we want to do is just when we do this map lookup, we want to wait. Where did it go? Come back, little buddy. RI. This thing. We want to capture this. And we want to say for column ID D found column found index D map S import format, and I guess we want this to be a printf call.id idx, and then our map is ri.insert call ID to row index. Okay, so let's actually run this now and see what happens. Yeah, what are you guys talking about? You have my password and it's star, 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 star. I don't get it. How is my delivery? You could never tell I was joking. I've been working on my lying. I've been playing a lot of Among Us, lying to all of my friends. Coursera courses on neural networks. That stuff, I really truly have not learned any of that. Oh, you know what I have been learning though recently is a little bit of Kubernetes stuff. Kubernetes is so crazy, holy crap. Okay, so here's what I did. While this is compiling and stuff, let me show you. There's this really cool, I think I showed this a little bit on stream last time. There's this thing called Triage Party. You guys know about Triage Party? It's a program that people use inside of some different open source projects and stuff like that to look at GitHub issues and categorize them and stuff. So anyway, whatever, not important. The point is that I deployed this thing on our internal Cockroach Labs developer infrastructure Kubernetes cluster, and it was pretty interesting. I sort of hated the experience and I sort of enjoyed it. There's like a lot to learn about is sort of what the kind of point is. A lot of different interesting things, a lot of logs to inspect. And I think I enjoyed learning about it a little bit. Okay, holy crap. There's a lot of stuff here. And I didn't put a new line, I guess. Or it's concurrent. Ugh. Well, this is not useful output, unfortunately. I need a new line. That's the most important thing here.
The data bank's too big.
This should be a
I have to narrow down the search.
How are you gonna do that?
By guessing.
Okay, let's try this again with the new line. How about? It's great if you don't have to operate it. Yeah, I think like for me, it was like, this is hell. This is horrible. I have no idea what's going on until the thing actually deployed. And then I was like, oh, I sort of see it all. It's all fitting together. Like I can see the pods getting deployed and the, you know, the like deployment firewalls being routed properly or whatever. Like it was sort of a cool payoff. But I agree that it was, okay, well, this is weird. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, is this just a dumb thing? Wait a minute. I'm confused. What hold on a minute. In Go, if you have a map, and you ask for something that doesn't exist, it gives you the 0 value and doesn't panic. Did I just like not realize that? Is that how Go maps work? How do Go maps work? Go map default. The 0 value default does it for us. Okay, well that explains quite a lot. that explains quite a lot, and it actually is making me think that I need to rethink how this stuff is going to work, because I changed a whole lot of. I think I just like got a bunch of stuff wrong essentially. Ugh, this is kind of weird. Yeah, I did. I mirrored the cam last time on stream because people were like, "You should be looking at the code. You should be looking at the code." This is mirror. So I think what you're seeing is what I see when I look at myself in the mirror. Okay. Well, this actually, okay. All right. Well, we can fix the bug for sure. That won't be hard. So let's go back to where we were. FastIntMap. I think what we basically just need to do is audit this PR and change a bunch of things. Wait, not this thing. Get rid of this commit. It is pointless. We just need to essentially find all the places where we replaced an inline fetch with a multi-step thing with an error return to not do that anymore and just return 0, because that's what it would actually do it. Oh man, I just didn't realize that. It's kind of dumb. Okay, so backfill. You know what we should probably do, honestly, is make a getter default method on the FastIntMap, because then we won't have to change much. We've got get, which returns okay. We really want like get default or something. Get default. Get returns the current value map to key, or 0 if. Oh wait, that's not going to be. No, I think it should be fine. 0 if the key is unmapped. Comma okay. Thanks for the compliment on the keyboard. So here we're going to return 0. Here we're going to return int val. So we'll say if val is equal to -1, return 0, return val, I guess. Wait. Yeah. And then over here, it's the same thing. I just return m.large of key. Get default. All right. So then it's really just a matter of, I feel like it's like we find the places where we use getter error and revert them more or less. You know what we should do is probably just git reset head tilde so we can see all the changes that we've made as a diff. So let's start in backfill.go. $1,500 later, dude. Did you get these headrests? I ordered this headrest. Did I already tell you guys about this thing? It's actually pretty sweet. You can order it separately from a different company called Atlas, and then it's like this adjustable thing, and you can, I don't know, it's nice. Atlas headrest. Okay, so we're gonna find our get or errors. Honestly, I think I could just look for getter error. Oh my god, there's like a million of them. Oh well, we'll just be refactoring this. I mean, I guess we could just revert and then change this one to say dot get default like this, right? Oh, I didn't have to int it. I feel a little sad. Because we're gonna have to do a lot of these changes. I guess we'll just do them, whatever. Whatever. So I guess what's the best pattern? We want to revert, or we want to maybe grab this thing. We could sort of vim macro it up or something. Get default. Who wants to do a vim macro? Are they all like that? It's okay. We're gonna find searches. We're gonna search for get or error. Let's open this in the bottom. Thanks for the follow, Wild Go. And I think the pattern's always the same, right? It's like, okay, so here's here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to vim macro it. We're gonna try to capture this first word here, which is gonna be the variable name to replace. We're gonna search for that variable. We're gonna yank this whole thing into a buffer, replace it with get default, search, something like that, right? Okay, so let's try it. We'll record. We're gonna yank till comma. Then we're gonna search for colon, move forwards 2, 3. Oh wait, we already screwed up because we need to have a different buffer. I guess we can use a different buffer for this. So we're gonna yank into the G buffer. Okay. Then we're gonna search. Oh no, wait, can you insert a word in a buffer into the search window? Or you know what we can do is we can jump back to the beginning of the line, hit star. Then we're gonna paste from register G. We're gonna move to the right, we're gonna delete till parens. Then we're gonna find backwards for error. We're gonna replace till here. Uh-oh, we have to go like this. Okay, then we go back up, delete these lines, and then hit Q. Okay, do you think it's gonna work? Let's find the next one to modify. It was really sloppy, we didn't need to do it that way. So okay, it's gonna be here. So we're gonna hit @Q. It didn't work even a little bit. Okay, we're gonna start over. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna search for, we're gonna find, okay, wait. Record, find till colon, move forwards, delete till the end of the line. We're gonna go back to the beginning, search to the next here, move left one, paste, delete this. Move backwards to O, change here, default, move up, delete, done. Okay, how's it gonna work? Will it work? It's definitely not gonna work. This is a different form. Dang, okay, it's too complicated, guys. It's always a little bit different. Okay, what about this one? This one maybe will work. Nah, forget it. Okay, I'm just gonna do it case by case. It's too bad. It's too bad. Oh my god, I've really ruined a lot of stuff. Okay, we're doing it case by case now. So we're gonna, what about this? We can't inline it. So we'll change getter error to get default. We'll go over here. Then we can inline it. All right. Yeah, using the Goland refactoring to do inlining is actually pretty good. You guys are all tall. I've missed a lot of Twitch backlog. Yeah, I'm only 5'9"-ish. Tall guys flexing on each other in chat. Oh man, it's pretty good. I feel like if you're 6'3", then this thing will work fine. Maybe, well, maybe not. This is the highest it goes. But like, do you have a long torso or do you have long legs? It depends on if it's your torso or your legs that are long, I guess. Yeah, we're replacing getter error in get default in some spots. Always have a hard time deciding if it's worth adding the 0 value to whatever I use the result. Yeah, I agree. I just like, since it's this big refactoring where I don't want to like mess with the behavior of these random code bits that I don't know how they work. I'm just like trying to, you know, exactly mimic. I thought it panicked, so that's what I was mimicking. But now that I know that it's not doing that, I can just use get default. Oh, well, don't want it there. Here we do actually want to do it this way. You're not at all too off topic. I love it. I love the chatter. It's entertaining. Lithium, have a good night. Enjoy picking up your daughter. Oh, this is another where we don't want to actually inline it, right? We want to we just want to keep it with the default, I guess. This is in fact CockroachDB source code. You found it. The magical, rare CockroachDB source code that's available on GitHub for your perusal. Okay, this is nasty. This is like the longest line of code I ever. Oh, no. It's because I didn't actually want to inline it completely. I want to probably just keep it like this, right? That's what we had before. Wild Go. Are you a GopherCon person? Your name is Wild Go. Yeah, I am messing it off. I'm just like getting in there. Okay, so here we want to just probably go back to the default. Get default, get rid of the error, go over here. This one I think we're gonna inline. Really, he shows proprietary code from Netflix? That doesn't seem good. He says it's allowed. You should definitely, Wild Go, you should 100% start streaming programming. It is so fun. I in fact wrote a blog post about how you too can get started streaming programming on Twitch that you should check out. I think it's in my bio on Twitch. I feel like streaming programming is just so good that I think more and more people will be doing it. And I hope that people can learn, young people will be able to learn more easily, get a handle, get a start into programming from this stuff. I feel like they could. I feel like if I was a kid and there was a lot of Twitch program streamers, I would have watched them for sure. You are very welcome. You are very welcome. I hope it works for you. And yeah, let me know if you've got questions. MD Layer is also a prolific Go streamer himself. A lot of people to help in the community these days. I agree, yes. I think it is pretty awesome. Okay, so what did this look like before? This one was just, okay, yeah. I really should have just made this get default thing. It was a mistake to make getter error. That made no sense, since it's not like anything that actually existed in the wild. of pre-FastIntMap. It is a really big code base. You're absolutely right. A long time ago. Yeah, so I think we've tried to improve the experience for new contributors to Cockroach by tagging a bunch of issues with good first issue, which is that thing that like is integrated with GitHub a little bit for people who are trying to start out contributing to a repo. So we do have like a lot of issues that are tagged good first issue, and we try to do a pretty good job of making sure that it's possible to like look at one of those issues and actually like figure out what the heck is going on. So you could check that out if you are interested. I think it's pretty cool way to learn about databases, but it is, I mean, yeah, it does take a little bit of effort, I guess. So just depends on what you're into, I guess. I think it's probably true that most of the contributors on CockroachDB are Cockroach Labs employees. And then the next most would be, I think it's probably a mix, honestly. Like there's some people who contribute to it from companies that use it, but not a huge number. There are a bunch of people who just contribute to it, I think for fun, to learn a little bit more about databases and just have a project that gets into production somewhere. It's pretty, I think it's cool. I think it's cool. Let me actually ask you a question. I have an important question for everybody on the stream. You know how the Apache project uses, Apache projects, I should say, uses Jira. They use Jira for their issue tracking, right? Does that inhibit you from contributing to those projects versus if they were hosted completely on GitHub? That's my question for you. You mostly work on AWS open source for Kubernetes. Oh, that's awesome. Contributed to FFmpeg. That's also really cool. It's pretty neat to be able to contribute to these like really, you know, old school open source projects. Are you saying yes to it would inhibit you from contributing? I should make a, can you make a poll? Are polls only for partners in this poll? No, I think I can do it. Question. Okay, forget it. You guys are just answering in text. That's probably better anyway. You're slightly annoyed if you have to sign up for another thing, but you'll do it. You enjoy things that are on GitHub or GitLab. It's definitely easier to get into, but it wouldn't stop me if I was really interested in the project. Okay, interesting, interesting. Those are good things to know. Yeah, I mean, there is a bit of a debate, you might imagine. Why am I asking this question? It's because we're trying to use Jira internally at Cockroach, which I think is good. You know, we're a pretty big company now, and using just GitHub issues and GitHub projects and stuff doesn't really cut it, especially when you need to collaborate with technical support and product management and sales and, you know, all that sort of stuff. So we're using Jira internally. The question is really like, how should we integrate Jira with our GitHub project? I personally feel like I want to see CockroachDB Cockroach stay the same as it is and not get too Jira-y, because I don't like it. But I am curious, because one of my arguments for why it should stay like this is that I think it will inhibit people from contributing as much as they do, and being able to have the transparency that they do, I think is really nice. I think that's one reason that I love working on Cockroach personally, is that it is all on GitHub, just like any other GitHub project. So those are my reasons. For project owners, GitHub issues are super inferior. I completely agree with you. You have to do a lot of work to make them work for you, like installing random apps and programs and integrations and auto filers and stuff like that. But the thing is that we have all of that. So the question is, like, if we were to get rid of that and use Jira instead, I think that we would actually backslide in some departments. And most importantly, I just feel like it wouldn't be quite as like open source friendly. And I guess it's interesting that I'm getting a mix of answers from you guys. Like WildGo says it would inhibit you, it's more fun. But then Dominique, you're saying that you'll actually just do it, whatever, if you're interested. And same with Bonorb. I'm gonna have to clip this conversation for my my colleagues. Have I ever tried git bug, embedded issues in git files with bridges to GitHub and GitLab? I've never heard of that. That sounds really interesting though. Git bug. Distributed offline first. Bug tracker that's embedded in Git. Distributed. Works offline. Prevents vendor lock-in. Does it use like Git notes or something? Wow, this is awesome. Wow, this is so cool. Dang. This is this is really interesting. The actual issue tracker, regardless of which one is used, is much easier than the actual programming. You seriously doubt it would deter contributors. Angry users who want to complain will do so regardless of what issue tracker you use. Dominique, that is 100% true. It's not going to be, we're not going to be stopping the angry users. The question is, will we be stopping the unangry interested parties or the contributors? What is blops? Blops? Git blobs. Oh, blobs, binary large objects for Git. Right, that's like a thing, right? Fascinating. I'm gonna check that out. Thanks for the reference there. Okay. So Bonorb, I had a Twitch runs CockroachDB set up at one point. Did you see that? That might have been before you were on the stream, but the way it worked was that you could type SQL into the chat and it would just run it against a CockroachDB cluster. It was actually pretty awesome. People tried to break it. People actually found some pretty good ways of screwing up the system. One guy actually figured out a way to mine Bitcoin on it. It was really slow because it was just CPU bound, but I thought that was pretty hysterical. I think it's Twitch runs CockroachDB or something. But I think like there are no VODs. I turned off VODs because I was scared that like, I don't know, something bad would happen. Or like we would accidentally leak an AWS key or something like that. I don't think we ever did, but it was a bit scary. You know what's actually super funny about it, you guys, is that when I launched this thing, for some reason, all of these security researchers from various companies found it and started like doing scary stuff. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna get into bad trouble. Like there's this one guy, I guess he's also maybe a Twitch streamer, named Donut or something. He's this guy who works at, what is the rideshare company in the West Coast that isn't Uber or Lyft? Wait, is it? No, not rideshare. Self-driving cars, maybe? No, I don't remember. Was it guy? Hold on. Donut. This guy. You guys know who this guy is? Donut. Cruz. Anyway, I guess he doesn't work there anymore, or they. Anyway, they came to the stream and started like doing scary hacking stuff, and I kind of freaked out and like took it down for a while. It was a fun stuff though. Fun times. A mover, yeah, exactly. JJM. Okay. Okay, I think we're getting to the end here. Is this even used anymore? That's another question that I have. Oh wait, maybe we're not getting to the end. Let's actually just do this search again because I feel like something weird happened. I really should learn the shortcuts for like next in this find window. Command Option down. That's like nearly impossible to press on this keyboard. Oh wait, actually it's not that bad. Oh, this is so good. Ooh, I gotta remember this shortcut. Command Option down. Well, bam. Command Option down. One thing I like about this keyboard in particular, or just like any of the keyboards that have the good binding capabilities, is that you don't have to like move your hand all the way down here to get to the arrow keys. I just have it bound to I, J, K, and L. So I just can stay on the home row. It's pretty dope. Pretty into it. This one I feel like is a little long. We could extract this. What just happened? What just happened? Okay, is that it? This one we can also get rid of, huh? Okay, so then I think we can actually just get rid of getter error, and then we're only going to be introducing a single new method to this whole thing. And I think the way we can actually do it to reduce the code duplication here is we'll say value okay is equal to m.get of key, and then if not okay, return 0, return value. All right. So now I think we should be good. I think hopefully these tests will pass now. That's really the ultimate question, right? Will our tests pass? Let's actually run like this, except just not with, we'll just go like this. Test imported to CSV. .NET explode. Vinny Pause. What are you talking about? Angry issues about static check. Dominique, I feel like one of my colleagues filed a non-angry issue about static check a long time ago about memory usage, but things have gotten way better since then, right? I feel like a while back, We had some trouble running static check against Cockroach because there's just too much code or something like that. How did I learn such software, Vinny? I think time put in. Especially on master. Is there unreleased static check these days that's waiting to be released? That's like way better or something? That's exciting. I want to know about that.
The data bank's too big.
Yo, Vinny,
I have
thanks
to
for the
narrow down
follow.
the search.
Appreciate that.
How are you going to do that? By guessing.
I feel like there's some of these that we can remove as well, now that I think about it. This was before I think I thought of that or error method, but it's still using that same unfortunate pattern that really should just be transformed to using get default. Hoping to release it this year. The runner rewrote the runner logic. It got faster and uses much less memory. That is awesome. I'm definitely looking forward to that. Our CI system would love it as well. Get default. We actually have this kind of funny problem. I don't know if you guys have seen similar problems, but we run all these tests under the race detector and whatnot. Oh wait, this one we actually want to keep the same. And I don't know if you know, but like the race detector, you probably do know this. It makes things a lot slower. No, that's not what I was going to say. What I was really going to say is that the more threads you have, the more Go max procs that you have available, the more parallelism it's going to use. And the race detector tends to use a lot of memory, I think, or something like that. And so our tests have sort of gotten flakier with bigger CPUs, which is super weird. What is this spam? Get away. Get away. Banned. Can't believe that. Like, this is like the dumbest thing to spam ever. Like a random programming Twitch thing. The race detector's memory overhead is in the range between 2 to 10x. Yeah, that makes sense. So like the more, but isn't it also like per core or something like that? Or it's like maybe like the tests that we run with parallelism end up making things worse or something. And in any case, like basically like we keep upping the size of our CI boxes because we want to make CI fast enough, and we're still in progress of converting everything to be more parallel, blah, blah, blah. And that actually made things worse, paradoxically, to have like bigger boxes. And it's frustrating and confusing for everybody. There is some good news on that front, which is that we're switching to use Bazel very soon. In fact, we sort of already did. It's just like the tests haven't been all ported over, which I'm really pumped about that. At least like the promise. I'm pumped about the promise. We'll see if it actually delivers. Like I think it's actually quite difficult to make all that stuff work, but that is okay. I'm pumped about the promise, you know? Okay, so here we're gonna use get default, you poor souls. Are you saying that Bazel, I shouldn't be so pumped about Bazel? Oh man. I need to screenshot this. This is definitely worth a screenshot. Oh man, that is just too funny. Oh, my colleagues are gonna really like that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Right. Bazel. No, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Just you wait. We're gonna make it really easy and nice. I swear it. Look, we need it. 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 We cannot deal with make. Our make file is like a complete nightmare of insanity, is the truth, and we just can't. We can't do it anymore. It's way too complicated. And it's the real thing that we're limited by is actually the fact that in order to, we need to like parallelize our tests a lot more than we do to make CI scale as the software scales. And it's so difficult to shard tests if you don't have something that's aware of how the tests are working. You know, we want remote run of the tests too. We want to make it so that, you know, you can spin up, if you have like 100 machines sitting around in a pool, you can spin off your 100 packages each of the machines or something like that. Can't do that right now. You could do it with manual test charting or something, which is sort of what we were doing for a while, but it does not scale at all. It is bad. Okay, zigzag joiner. Let's fix this guy. What do you think about what about Bazel do you think will kill the contributions? It's just like really hard to understand how to build and test and stuff. I guess I was sort of hoping that we could get around that with good documentation, good hints, good readmes, but maybe it's just so foreign that it'll be difficult for people. I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out. All right. Git show mine. So I think what I want to do now is recreate the commit message that I had, but replace it with the new code. So I feel like there's probably a better way to do this. What I always do is just use git show, copy and paste, and then make a new commit. I don't think there's a really good reason to use it unless there is a reason to, right? Like, go build is, I mean, yeah. I wouldn't want to use Bazel unless we were struggling with the current set of tools. It changes everything about how you build, test, and vet. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think especially if you're used to like a sort of raw Go tooling tool chain where you use the Go command for everything, then I do think it's going to be a big adjustment. We already have all of these wrappers on top of Go that use make because of all sorts of crap that needs to get done to build Cockroach. So I feel like it might be a little bit less of an adjustment, but I don't know. It's just very hard to say. It's very hard to say, truth be told. All right, so this PR is now, I think, good to go. I think all the tests are going to work. So let's convert it into a non-draft PR. Ready for review. And let's add, why did he get added? That's sort of random. I think that was maybe a mistake on my part. Cool. So I think while that runs in CI, speaking of CI, right? Like this is going to run some stuff and it's going to take like, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. 20 or 30 minutes I feel like is too long. And it might be even longer depending on stuff. That's the main reason we're trying something different. Hey Dominique, what is this? Pin hanf.co go tools to non-flaky version. This is a bit of a mystery. I don't know what's going on here. I feel like we need to upgrade to like a new version, right? 2019 seems really old. Running pre-commit sanities at my commit company takes 2 hours. Yeah. I'm gonna comment on this. Is there a reason we're not on a more modern release of this package? 2019 is old. Something fun about commenting on this particular issue right now. The viewership. It's making me happy. Okay, what I wanted to look at real quick was I think that since I posted this PR, somebody else was nerd sniped into another PR to change those sets that I was talking about, right? We've been changing these maps for column ID to index, but I think there's also column ID sets that, did it get closed? I don't really get it. Oh, maybe it's just, oh, here it is. Catalog.tableCallSet instead of map deskpb.columnID. You guys want to do a little code review together? It'll be fun. Just since it's so relevant to what we were just looking at. The table call set type describes a set of columns of a table. This commit moves the type to the catalog package because its usage is not specific to the functionality in the schema expert package. Table call set. Oh, look at this. Okay, so this is interesting. This is, you know how we were talking about the typed wrappers? This is one approach that I guess we took for a typed wrapper, which is that it literally just wraps all the methods and then adds int casts. This seems maybe pointless to me. I guess what's nice about it is that it makes it clear to the user what the types are or something. I think the reason that it might be good is just that, like, by the type alone of this thing, it's not exactly completely clear what the keys and the values are. So I feel like having a custom type would help make that more obvious. You're gonna go skate, like ice skating? That sounds awesome. Enjoy, Bonorb. Thanks for stopping by. So, I mean, I do like the idea of having typed wrappers just so that you can know sort of the meaning of the inputs and the outputs, but I don't know. In any case, this package already exists, I guess, so here we're just moving it from one package to another, so that seems fine. Should we make this? Oh god. Apparently you can't really make this bigger without... Oh wait, yes you can. Okay, so we're renaming a package into a different package. Seems fine. We're getting rid of union with. We're moving it somewhere else in the file for some reason. Okay. Renaming packages, renaming packages. What is this? Okay, the first commit seems good. It's interesting that some of these tests are failing, actually. I wonder what that's about. Okay, so now use catalog.tableCallSet instead of map from column ID to struct. Okay, so this is probably where the meat of the issue is, just like our PR that we were working on. Strikingly similar to what we've been working on, huh? you guys hear those sneezes? I think this is just a flaky test actually, and not a actual failure. When will Cockroach sponsor Static Check? It's a good question. Does Static Check need sponsors? I think out of any package, that could be a pretty good one to sponsor. I don't know. I don't hold the keys to the money, but I can certainly suggest it. I think that would be pretty sweet. It needs all the money it can get. Make enough to do open source full time. That is a worthy cause. Dominique, I didn't actually know that I guess I didn't think about it. For some reason, I thought that you were just sort of a mysterious open source man working on open source of your own free will all day. But I guess presumably that's not actually true, right? You've got a day job just like the rest of us. Simple, simple, simple. None of this has any logical changes at all. You freelance. Got it. That's mysterious to me. I've never done that. I feel like freelancing sounds hard. It sounds like a lot of work to do all the bookkeeping, but it also sounds pretty fun to be changing what you're working on a bunch. Now, I think this concerns me a little bit because these for eaches, again, this is like a little closure, right? And these closures allocate. But then again, I think this already had to allocate because it allocates when you range over a map, as I found out. So maybe it's fine. But I think what's actually kind of cool is that these FastIntSets, you can iterate over them without having to use for each. You can use... Oh, this doesn't seem to have it, but the underlying implementation does. Pros and cons, you need the change. You couldn't do the same thing for an entire year. That makes sense to me. I'm just gonna comment down here. I feel like we could do better here. This will allocate. I guess I'm not positive. I think this will allocate because of the closure. We could instead use the next iteration pattern on FastIntSet. I noticed that next isn't exposed to the column wrapper, but we could expose it. Make this loop a little bit cheaper. Okay. Okay, so this is a bit of it where you got rid of something called family ID. Change this to be a table call set. Okay, so we're removing a parameter. I guess this was probably just unused. We can find out. Skip column in PK. It is in fact an unused parameter. How about that? Okay, so if it's empty, then we basically always keep allocated due to potentially holding references to scope if you don't close over anything that go on the stack. Yeah, there is some stuff like that. They made them cheaper recently, apparently, but like in practice, I think most of the time they still allocate. Yeah, exactly. If they have closures, then but it's like if if you're not closing over anything, then like you're probably not going to be using an inline function thing anyway. Like a closure without closing over anything is sort of questionable, I guess is my point. Okay, so we add this. We don't have to reallocate the map. That's the point of this. If it doesn't contain, then we leave. Seems fine. Target call IDs, we renamed it. This is looking significantly different. Oh. Wait, what is this? So here we were. Actually, I'm a little bit confused. So we made a map. We loop over the descriptors. We're adding to this map. And then wait, what? Are we just making two maps in a row for no reason? Is that what this is saying? Is target call gets allocated, and we set it if what? This must have gotten like weirdly refactored or something. I don't know. Anyway, this seems good. Seems good. Okay, hopefully the rest of these ones are more straightforward. That one was mostly straightforward, but still just kind of weird. I feel like when people do big refactors, it's usually best to not also do other refactors because it makes it a little bit hard to review. But I feel like this was pretty minor, so I guess it's fine. If it's not okay, then add it. I feel like there's no point to do the contains check and add only if it doesn't contain, right? Because it's a set. It'll probably just do the same thing anyway under the hood. I don't know. Anyway, it looks good. This is like really hard to use with the font size is so big. I want to add a comment. Do you guys use reviewable ever? What do you guys think about reviewable? I feel like reviewable could be good, but it's too like JavaScript-y or something. And it makes it a little bit laggy, a little slow. I like the features, and I feel like the presentation isn't like the best. Never heard of it before? Oh my god, yeah, I love Garrett. Garrett is like what I wish that we could have, but in order to use Garrett, you can't like use Garrett on top of GitHub. Yes, I did see that Guido van Rossum joined Microsoft. Pretty crazy. But yeah, Garrett is like, in my opinion, the gold standard for review interfaces. I just wish that you could use Garrett as a review interface on top of GitHub without having to change your workflow. I like the Garrett workflow, but like, I don't know. Again, back to the way that we like to keep GitHub. I don't think we're going to be doing that. Go imports GitHub PRs into Garrett and it's jarring. Yeah, I think that's a little weird. I don't know why you can't just use Garrett as a front end to GitHub. That would really be the dream. But like the point is, the reviewable, it gives you the Garrett features of like being able to do the intra commit diffs and stuff like that, which I feel like this is really the killer thing that I like. But it's just a little bit too clunky. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. So how is our PR doing? Did it do its job yet? Garrett doesn't like changes with more than one commit. It doesn't? I feel like it works fine with that, doesn't it? I used to use that workflow on Garrett a lot at my last job. We encouraged people, in fact, to do change sets with multiple atomic commits. I think maybe it was a waste of time, but we did it. Honestly, I feel like if everybody just used Squash workflow, then things would basically be fine, but each commit ends up being its own change with its own code review. I don't think so. I feel like, wasn't there like a mode system for that? Like the way that I saw it was that you can oh yeah, wait a minute. Maybe you're right. Now I can't remember. Because there's that script that attaches the little like ID to each of the commit messages. And yeah, presumably that would be different on each commit. Sometimes people would upload 50 CLs at once. Yeah. Okay, I think you're actually right, Dominique. And I think that each commit has its own review, but they have dependencies. That's the killer thing that GitHub doesn't have, or reviewable, or really anything. It doesn't allow you to link PRs together in like a dependency manner that like makes sense. If in GitHub, if you upload a PR with a bunch of commits that depend on old commits, it'll just look like a huge PR with lots of commits. It won't say like this links to this other PR and you have to merge that one first. That I feel like that's really the thing that I'm missing. What's up, Flask? Thanks for the follow. Hey, Durder. How are you doing? Oh yeah, so okay. Speaking of Bazel, now that we have it, I guess you have to like do something when you change packages to like regenerate the dependencies. See, I don't actually even know how to do that. That could be a problem. How do I do that? Oh God. Oh, look, it says make K vendor rebuild. If it's only build Bazel files that are affected, make run Bazel run Gazelle. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Oh yeah, we're still open source. Oh my God, it's Bazel doing stuff. I have no idea what any of this stuff does. It looks complicated. I feel like elite hacker right now. Look at this. Who knows what it's doing? Anytime that you do something that it's like puts a bunch of like weird output, it's just like what is it doing? But hey, build completed successfully. That's the most important thing, right? Yeah, go build doesn't do this. That is definitely true. Okay, did it do anything? It did, in fact. What? This is sketchy. I don't think that this should be changed. So I'm not gonna commit that. I don't know what that's about. It seems sketchy. I'm gonna have to figure out what the deal is with that later. Anyway, let's try this again. Let us try this again. Let's just get rid of that diff. Nobody needs that diff. It seems wrong. All right. Well, what should I do now? What should I do now? Accomplish that thing. Oh, you know what we could do? Oh, I know what we're gonna do. FastIntMap. FastIntMap is a data structure that doesn't have to allocate if you're mapping integers that are small to each other. It's a map data structure that, yeah, lets you map integers to integers, and it's efficient in small cases and falls back to ordinary Go maps in large cases. So the PR that we were working on was changing a bunch of usages of ordinary Go maps that were expensive to non-Go maps. If all your integers are 16 bits or less, you could pack and unpack them with bit operators. Yeah, just like don't even use, just use it, just use raw memory. Why not? Okay, here's what I did want to do actually. Okay, so let's we have this GCE worker thing, and I wanted to run some benchmarks because I think it'll be kind of fun. Okay, so we'll go over here, git fetch mine, git checkout FastIntMap. Oh, you know what I actually want to do though is okay, so wait a minute. Let's got this other branch that I was working on that I just want to quickly, I'm not going to PR this, but it was just some hacks that I was doing to reduce some of these allocations that I just want to have available. So, okay, so I'm going to fetch this branch, git fetch opt, git fetch mine. And I'm going to say git checkout opt, git cherry pick head at 1. Oh, that needs to be capital. That always gets me. You know, you can use this like capital head thing and get like your ref log essentially. Like this is saying the last thing on my ref log, or the one before the current thing on my ref log. But you have to say it with capitals. Like what is up with that? I've never really understood why that's the case, nor do I like it. Okay, so let me quickly build this. And then we're gonna run some benchmarks and do some profiling and see what's up. Should be good. You're not a fan of Git? Yeah. I like Git a lot. It's a little quirky. One thing, okay, here's something, guys, that I'm confused about. They changed this recently. They added this thing called git restore, which like, I don't really know what it does, but it's, I mean, this always used to say git reset, which made sense to me. Now it says git restore, git help restore. It's not exactly that, Dirter. It's, it allows you to say if you have integers that are smaller than it packs 4-bit integers as values in a big map. I sort of tried to go through it. Let me I think it'll make sense if I go down to this definition over here. So to set something, you take the keys can be from 0 to 31. So we allow 32 of these things. And if you multiply 32 times 4 bits, you get 128 bits, which is two 64-bit integers. And if your keys are that small, then you find the nth 4-bit slot in those two integers. And then if your values are less than 16, then you can slot the value into those 4 bits. If any of the values are bigger, then you have to fall back to a normal Go map. But it's very common that the values are quite small and they can do it that way, if that makes sense. Yeah. It's fast. I think a better, yeah, both the key and the value need to be small, exactly. I feel like a better word for it wouldn't necessarily be fast. It would be more like slim, a slim int map. Okay, so we're gonna open up a screen. We're gonna start a server. And we're gonna run a it's a small integer. It's very small. But the thing is that we have a lot of small integers to deal with in SQL because tables often are small and indexes within tables are also often small. If you have a row that's a lot of the times, even if you have a huge table, maybe somebody's asking just for 3 columns. That happens constantly. And those indexes, we need to store those for operations that have to happen in a really tight loop. So it ends up being useful to have these sort of things set up, if that makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna run a workload. And the workload is gonna be known as cockroach workload run kv read %100. So what this is doing is it's throwing a lot of queries that are like select star from kv where k equals something, but the kv table is empty. So it's basically just doing no op reads that miss. And the purpose of this, the reason that I like this benchmark so much is that it takes all of like the disk out of the picture completely. Disk serialization, everything's like out of the picture. It's all like SQL planning and SQL initialization and setup and stuff like that. So it's a really good benchmark for that sort of thing. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a pprof. We're gonna get the heap profile. So the way the heap profiles work in Go is that they're not point in time. They're like history of the program run. So if I ask for this alloc objects profile, this is going to give me the a profile of all of the allocations that have happened since program start. And I did leave it on for a little bit, but like all of this, 50,000 operations per second is going to dominate. So it's like probably fine. One annoying thing is that since this is remote, I won't be able to pull up the web thing as easily. Wonder if I'm going to deal with that. Okay, so you guys know about pprof? It's pretty sweet. It's pretty cool. Can we download this? So if I save this as a SVG, I don't have dot sudo apt get install graph viz. Okay, so if whoops, I probably didn't need to take a new profile, but it probably shouldn't matter. So if I type SVG, then I'm gonna have a profile. But now I need to figure out how to download this stupid thing. I guess I need to figure out how to SCP from this machine. I also don't see it. Oh, there it is, profile01.svg. Okay, how do I SCP stuff from this machine is a question that I don't know the answer to. I'm also gonna do this off screen because I don't want to leak anything weird. I just need to, I think there's like a gcloud command that I can run because it's all in GCP. So gcloud compute is SCP. This does work. Okay, gcloud compute SCP Jordan at GCE worker -Jordan. Go source github.com cockroachdb cockroach. profile 001.svg dot. Is this just gonna work? The required property project is not set. Okay, I think this is safe to show. I think I just need to figure out the right name of this project. Just gcloud config set project. I think it's gc cockroach workers. I think it's called. Is that gonna work? Okay, nice. Okay, this worked, and it didn't do anything weird. So we can have this up on screen, no problem. So if I open up this profile now, what we see is the old box and node chart that I'm so fond of. We should all be fond of these charts. I've got too many windows open. Let me close this guy. So what this chart basically is telling you, if you haven't seen one, is it's like a big stack trace diagram. This is like the top of the stack, the first thing that gets run. And then a downward arrow means that this function is calling this function indirectly. These little like dotty line things are saying that there's many other function calls in between, but they didn't do anything interesting, so we're skipping them. So the chart gets made via this tool called pprof, which you can look up. It's pretty nicely integrated into Go, but it also works for C++, I think, and other programming languages. But in pprof, you just type web or SVG and it'll generate you one of these things. I don't like flame graphs. I could use a flame graph on this, but I just think that flame graphs are bad and I can't, they're like unreadable. I don't know. Yeah, pprof can do it. I just don't like it. I don't know. It's like not high def enough somehow. So this is an allocations profile, which means that the numbers that we're looking at are the number of allocated objects. And so when it says 76%, it means 76% of the allocations in the program came from this box and its children. pprof's HTTP frontend is greater than SVG. I guess everybody's pretty opinionated about this stuff, huh? I like to work with this thing. Flame graphs are useful when you've been working with flame graphs for a while. So here's what the program does. It spends, yeah, the only reason that this, I mean, it's a bit annoying that we have to have this downloading and whatnot, because I want to be able to filter it and stuff like that. The HTTP frontend is like the SVG, but interactive. That does sound pretty cool. Can I make an SSH tunnel with this gcloud thing? Probably, right? Is it -L? What, how do I don't know anything. How do I do this? Okay. pprof-web, is that how it works? Wait, go tool pprof-web, right? -http localhost 8080 bind address already in use. Okay, we'll use 9090. Okay, so we've got our web UI. Then over here we can say 9090 localhost 9090. Unrecognized arguments. Do I need to pass --? Do I need to put it at the end? Okay, we'll see if it works. Localhost 9090. Oh my god. Okay, this is good. But is it good? Because, oh yeah. Oh wow. So you can change this thing over here. Super Pogs. We did it. We did it, Twitch chat. Okay, this is actually pretty good. I guess I should get used to this. I, for some reason, didn't realize that you could get this view. I thought you could only get the flame graph, but I guess you can get all of it. Pretty good, guys. I take it back. I take it back. This is useful. This is useful. Okay, so you're saying that you can select nodes and focus on them in the refine menu. So I can say, oh, that actually is super useful because I was gonna have to focus, like I wanna take this and I wanna get the relative percentages, you know? So what happens if I just say focus now? I still don't get the relative percentages though. Can you get that? Do you know what I'm talking about? Can you get, maybe I just need to restart it with relative percentages and see what happens there. 636 aka beer clock, heck yes. So we're gonna say relative percentages. Does this work? It does not work. Oh, does it have an underscore? Try again. Okay, yeah, so you see how this is now normalized to 100%. I find this really useful. Basically, like, if samples are hidden, if you don't have relative percentages on, they don't show, or they like count against the 100%, which I find like just confusing. And it makes the reds less red. I like having a very red thing if it's really 100% of the samples in my view. Okay, so cool. So why don't we look at what CockroachDB does when you send it a bunch of read queries, right? This executor thing is sort of like the top level thing that listens to commands, SQL commands. This transaction, I mean, this is interesting, right? It's like 9% of the allocations come from this thing. Transaction state transitions apply wrapper. What this does is it's the state machine that is keeping track of SQL transactions and thinking about implicit transactions versus explicit. And it's, I guess, also resetting a bunch of, this looks expensive, right? So resetting a bunch of objects. Oh yeah, this is also super fun, you guys. Like, you guys know about these tracing contexts and stuff, but how about 5% of the whole allocations in the program come from just running context.withValue over and over again? This is always like sketched me out, honestly. It's like bad, but also hard to get around. This is just it's kind of an allocation hungry method. If it's something that you're doing on every request, it kind of adds up. Hard to know what to do about that exactly. So we reset for our new transactions since everything is happening in implicit transactions in this workload. By the way, let me just quickly show you what this workload does. Cockroach, I think I sort of said it, but just to be super straightforward. So I have this database called KV. I show tables. It's got a single table called KV in it. Show create table KV. It's got an integer key, a bytes value, and there's nothing in it. So if I say the workload basically is running stuff like this: select star from KV where k is equal to, you know, and this is a random number. So it just does this. That's what we're benchmarking. So every time we run one of these, we have to make a new transaction. Since in SQL, if you don't have an explicit transaction, you're still in a transaction. It's just scoped to the statement that you're running. So we like, here's something that's kind of weird, right? This is saying that this method uses 1% of, it does 1% of the program's allocations in its method body and 85% of the program's allocations in its callers. But then if you come down to its singular caller, then you're only looking at 79%. Is that confusing or what? And because like you'd think that you would maybe subtract 1% from 85% to get 84%, but you actually go way down to 79%. And I think these are actually the allocations that are run by the method. So I think these would sum up to the 1%. So something is a little bit funky. I don't really get that. And so the thing that we were concentrating on that led us to the whole FastIntMap thing, there's kind of two branches. There's like, once you actually start running stuff, you make an optimizer plan. So that's like taking the SQL query and parsing it and building a memo data structure and building up AST nodes and building up internal representations, blah, blah, blah. So this is like one big use of allocations, building up that plan.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow
I wasn't
down the
concentrating
search.
on this one because I don't understand it as well.
By guessing.
Now, on the other hand, you have the execution. So what happens in the program is that first we run this make plan, then we execute the plan with this big method, exact with the SQL engine. And one really expensive part of all of that is something that we call setup flows, which is like, so Cockroach is a distributed SQL database, right? Which means that after you take the optimizer, after you like make your optimized query plan, decide like whether you're going to execute with hash joins or merge joins or whatever, you also have to like distribute the query around the cluster if you have a big cluster full of nodes. This particular use case or this test that I was running is just like on a single node, so you don't have to do that, but we still have to like run that same code path. And that's sort of what we call setup flows. It's the thing that takes the query plan. Well, not exactly right. I mean, in generalities, we take the query plan and distribute it into quote unquote flows that can be run on different nodes. And so this is expensive. This thing where we actually are setting up the processors to run on the nodes. And that's why I was that's when I found this FastIntMap business. We were like somewhere down in here. I think if you remember in the code we were looking at earlier, there's this cfetcher. This is the thing that like deserializes the rows from disk. This was like making a bunch of maps. And now it doesn't. So the point is, I think like we've declared like some minor victory. And presumably like, I think the actual throughput of this workload is probably mostly the same. It's like pretty high variance also. Like 1 second we're running 50,000 and 1 second we're running 40,000. I don't know why that is exactly, but it is what it is. But I think it's a little bit hard to measure the whole system performance just on this single node. And something that's as sensitive as like not allocating a few maps in the run path probably doesn't show up particularly high, but you never really know. I wonder, can I like list these things? Source. Wow, this is actually pretty good. Do you have frequency scaling enabled? I mean, it's just I don't know. It's that's not my machine that's running it. This is like some cloud VM. So who the heck knows what it's doing, right? There could be noisy neighbors. There could be anything. I think what's a little bit sad, the CPU steal, I have no idea. Do you know how to query that? By the way, Just B, thank you for the follow 2 minutes ago. Oh, I should turn this thing back on. Run our workload. And then over here, we can run top. There's an ST column. It says 0.0 steal. Does that mean there's no noisy neighbors, more or less? That's pretty cool. That's actually really good to know. I should learn about what these things do. What is it? Do you know what SI is? What are all of these things? System, user, nice, maybe? I don't know. That's interesting. Thanks for sharing that. User system, nice idle. Okay. You needed to use that like 8 years ago? For sure, right? Wouldn't that have been nice? I feel like people are always freaking out about noisy neighbor and then like never being able to query it, right? So I feel like normally with this stuff, it's like you want to track down the things that have the most allocations. But then the problem is that all of this stuff, I mean, we've like spent a lot of time. HTOP is really nice, yeah. SI is soft interrupt, says Stack Overflow. Software interrupts, hardware interrupts. Wow. Truly fascinating stuff, you guys. We got 3.1 software interrupts. Who knows what it means? Not me. 3.1 software interrupts is 0.1 too many for my taste. But yeah, the thing with this is that like it's getting hard to optimize these things because it's all like, I don't know, every box steals like 0.4% of the whole number of total allocations, and it's like, oh god, we don't really want to necessarily go chasing that rabbit hole. Okay, here's the other thing. Let me show you, let me just actually quickly take a CPU profile so you can see why I care about this stuff. Because there is a good reason to care about this stuff, I promise. So let's turn this off. And then instead of passing it the previously taken profile, let's take a new profile, which I forget the URL of. So I'm gonna have to. No. Here's my fancy URL. Okay, so we're gonna take a new. You can set the schedule to batch mode, CPU affinity. Well, CPU affinity, we don't really care that much about because Go is gonna use up all the CPUs immediately, I think, right? I don't know about batch mode though, that sounds interesting. So I'm gonna take this, instead of taking a heap profile, I'm gonna be taking a normal profile and I'll set seconds equals 10 to take 10 seconds worth of CPU profiling. We can see how that looks together. Okay, so if we go back to our UI here and we refresh, then now it's a similar looking plot, except instead of looking at the number of allocations, we're looking at the number of CPU seconds spent in each function. And what I expect to see is at the bottom a big old red, well, it's not that red, but I feel like often it's a bit redder, but anyway, so we're spending 13% of our CPU time doing various allocator things, whether that's new object or garbage collection. Wait a minute, where's the garbage collection stack? Where does that look like? I forget. I thought there was one called like, you don't see it. It's kind of weird. You can also set the price. Oh my gosh. You're doing all sorts of crazy black magic Unix commands that I've never seen. CHRT Linux. CHRT sets or retrieves the real-time scheduling attributes of an existing PID. The heck? Do you think any of this stuff actually matters if you're running a big fat program on a computer that's doing like nothing else? I feel like the answer is probably no, right? Yo, Faust. What is going on? Anyway, I sort of wanted to show you like a big dramatic garbage collection box, but I didn't see it, which is a little bit suspicious. Normally when we do this, we see like, okay, clearly we're spending a huge amount of time doing allocation and garbage collection, and then people are like, oh, you know, you should really try to allocate less. And I think that's generally good advice. But I'm not exactly proving it right now, am I? Like, 13%. I mean, 13%, it's not nothing. It is not nothing. But it's kind of cool. Like with this, you can see how much time we spend making a plan versus running it. And it's funny, in this case, we spend almost the same amount of time making the plan as we do actually running it, right? Making a plan is expensive.
The computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Thanks for the follow, ZTZZ.
The databank's too big.
And for the
I
follow,
have to
Mr.
narrow down the
Acer.
search
How are you gonna do that?
by guessing.
Anyway, let's actually just flip back to our other profile. Switch to our alloc objects. And typically I do use the alloc objects instead of alloc space, because I heard advice once that the more important thing to look at is the number of objects being allocated and rather their size. But if I'm wrong about that, somebody let me know. I feel like it makes sense. I think there's more per object overhead in Go than there is size overhead. So I'm always using alloc objects. Not a hard and fast rule. Objects for performance. We're all about performance. Memory usage we care about too, but less so. You saw 500 gigabytes of RT netlink allocations and you realized you were doing something silly in a tight loop. Yeah, that makes sense. Nima Load, thank you for the follow. So I wonder if there's just one more little thing we could do on stream that we could do to try to reduce some of these flow setup allocations that I know and love. So inside of setup,
Computer's hooked into over 1,000 data
yo,
banks throughout the
outdated
world.
version. Thank you for the follow. Getting all sorts of follows today. Appreciate all of you guys. I feel like I have my eye on this thing a little bit because 1.2% in a single function it's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot. 1%, the 1%, right? So let's go back to our list. I liked doing that. So if we hit source on a box that we've highlighted, we can actually go to the source code for it.
Take my money
Yo,
in
thank you.
exchange for TTS shitposting, large to too ancient.
Thank you for the 100 bits, MD Layer. I do have that wired up, yeah. Okay, so this does, I sort of remember this. So this is a kind of interesting thing, which is that every time that we make a materializer, which by the way is a little operator that turns a columnar representation of data into a row at a time representation of data, every time that we make one of these, which is going to be on every single query, we have to allocate a slice of size, the length of the types that we're it's like essentially the number of columns in the output of the query. So that seems like maybe we could do better. I don't know. But I want to try it. So let's try to do it. We're going to hit our materializer. I think that if an allocation is here, it's going to always be a heap allocation. I'm fairly sure it won't get... Actually, that's a good question. Does any Go experts know if in allocations profiles you count stack allocations?
Is this the stream where we make MongoDB go BRRRRR?
Thank you for the 100 bits, Dominique. The answer to your question is no. Thank you. But I don't think that we count stack allocations in these things. Wow, you can disassemble this? Holy crap, this is amazing. This is actually so crazy. I didn't know that you could just click this and it shows you the assembly. That's wild. I'm obsessed with this. I'm never going back to the SVG profiles. Okay. So here we have our vec indexes to convert. We make the slice, we set some stuff, and look what we do. We're like literally just like setting a range. You know what I mean? Where it's like the ith element of this thing is always I. So it just seems like we could probably do better. So then we pass it to something called new vec to datum converter. And what do we do with this? We set the slice on this, which is interesting. Oh, and by the way, these things are actually pooled. Isn't that interesting? So like this new vec to datum converter gets sent back to an object pool. Oh, and in fact yo, thanks to the follow Archie RP. Oh my God, we have all of the raw material to do better here and we're just not doing it. Check it out. We have a cached object and we're just nilling out this slice, and we're also not giving anybody access to that slice. So I think what we could do here is what if we said, so when we release this thing back to our pool, instead of just nilling it out, we can say, wait, this is a generated source file? What? Why is this a generated source file? Vec to datum. Oh, it's one of our favorite execgen files. So back to this world. Vec idx's to convert. So we're gonna, instead of just nilling it out, we're gonna set it to a 0 length slice. We'll retain the backing memory. And then I'm hoping that somehow we can give that memory back to the caller of this new thing somehow, so that we can avoid having to allocate it by the caller. And they said Go doesn't have C++ style templates. Dominique, we can do anything that we want. It's the Wild West. We can write programs on programs on programs if we feel like it. And that's exactly what we've done.
The computer's hooked into over 1,000
Yo,
data banks
say
throughout the world.
Tanico, thank you for the follow. So I think it's like a little bit of an awkward interface problem, I feel like, because like the caller does have to set this. I'm guessing that in many other places we're probably like passing in a slice that we got from somewhere else, maybe. Argument calls is passed in from here. So it's not like we can always do it this way. It's kind of awkward, to be honest. Any IT certifications? No, I've never been certified. It's sort of like we want to make this memory available to people if they want it or something. I don't know. I'm actually confused. Like another option could be that we could like make a version of this that doesn't take a slice, that we like make a range of it or something. Vec idx is to convert determines which vectors need to be converted. What if there's a version that's like convert all the vectors? Because that's essentially what this is saying, right? In our materializer case. I feel like that could be good, right? New vec to datum converter. And then how could we signal this? What would be a new name for this method that would signal the fact that we're going to do all of them? New all vec, new all vec to datum converter. We can try that. Maybe somebody can think of a better name later. New all vec to datum converter. So this is just going to take a batch width. And the idea is that we're gonna say if cap c.vec indexes to convert less than batch width, then we're gonna fix it.
The databank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
How are you gonna do that?
By guessing.
Otherwise, we'll just resize the vector. And then we're gonna say for I in range, for I is equal to 0, I is less than batch width, I plus plus. Okay, so then we can skip. Do we want to, let's see, is there anything that we should abstract? This is exactly the same. I guess I could just make a little helper func new vec to datum converter with it's always hard to think of a good name for these base functions, I feel like. So what I'm doing basically, so there's this object called vec to datum converter that has a bunch of slices in it. One of the slices is converted vecs. We retain the memory, like the slice memory. So the most important thing is that this object is pooled because it's expensive to allocate. And inside of that pooled object, we have some slices, and we like to retain the memory that's used by these slices so that we don't have to reallocate the memory each time. We already did that once for converted vecs, but it looks like we didn't do it for vec idx's to convert. And what that means is that when we release this pooled object, we like slice down this slice, but don't remove its capacity, so that when we make a new one, we can reuse that capacity if we want to, which some of the time we do and some of the time we don't. It's like confusing because it's like a some of the time sort of thing, but it's a very important case. So that's why we're doing it at all. I guess we can just say get, I don't know, vec to datum converter. We'll just pass in batch width on its own. And it's gonna return me a vec to datum converter, and then we can grab this crap and return it here. Turn C, get new vec to datum converter, batch width, and then likewise up here, just to save a little bit of duplication. Okay. So let's just write a quick go doc, new all vec to datum converter is like new vec to datum converter, except all of the vectors in the batch will be converted. Okay, so then back in our materializer, we can use new all vec to datum converter, pass this, don't pass this, then we can avoid allocating this big stupid thing. Okay, I think that's gonna be marginally helpful, right? We said that, well, it's gonna be like very marginally helpful, right? Because we said that 1% of the allocations came from new materializer, 1.2%. And I think that we changed something that did like a quarter of that, maybe. Like this is a big allocation, this is a big allocation, and these two are big. 0.25% allocation reduction, you guys. It's a big deal. If we keep doing these, then maybe we'll get up to 1% one day. Yeah. So there's some unfortunate other things. I tried to make this one better. So this has to do with closures again. So this trailing meta callback thing is a function that will be automatically called in certain circumstances, and it takes in a function and returns a slice, right? Or it takes in a function that returns a slice. We used to have a closure here, and I was like, oh man, that's going to be allocating. And so in this recent commit that I haven't pushed yet, I was like, well, what if we make it a method? And maybe that will be more efficient, but it actually isn't. I think like whatever had to allocate for a closure still has to allocate for this method. So this is not free, even though we're passing it something that's sort of concretely defined. I'm guessing it's because it's got to close over the definition of M. So in a sense, it is a closure. Jordan Allocation Annihilator Lewis. That is the dream, to be known as the Allocation Annihilator. So that didn't really work. I think this one has a similar problem. Add input to drain. Well, this is actually, why does this allocate? So add input to drain takes a row source, which is an interface, and drain helper is a pointer to something that implements that interface. So why does it have to allocate exactly? I don't exactly get that. Wait, call runtime.grow slice? Oh, maybe it gets inlined. It's probably, yeah, it's actually this. It just kind of sucks, man. There's like too many of these slices, and like you could go down this rabbit hole where you just pool all of these things. And I feel like that's what we end up really doing, is you end up pooling these big fat objects that you have to do. Just like feels wrong, I don't know. Ginger the guinea pig. Hello, Ginger the guinea pig. Wow, I like your emote. That's really nice. Are you a programming streamer too? The sync pools are there because somebody measured, yes. Rooster cam. Ginger the guinea pig, you have an interesting rooster cam. Yeah, they feel magic. I mean, they just are, you know, in certain circumstances, they're good. So they are magic, but they're like good magic. I think that the more, so what I found is that if you can find an object that holds like a ton of other objects inside, and you can use that top level object as the thing that you're gonna pool, you usually like save a lot, because it's not just one allocation that you're saving, you're also gonna avoid reallocating the sub objects. That comes up a lot with slices. If you have a big object that stores like 10 slices and you can like retain the capacity of those slices, that's like a really good trick that we use a lot that saves quite a bit of time and stuff. The sync pools are like, they're very efficient, so it's pretty good. So this one, I mean, here, yeah, right. So this would be an example of that, right? It's like this processor-based thing is this huge object that's got these two slices that we're always modifying. So it's like if we just set up some pre-capacity in these slices and then pooled the, wait a minute, do we actually have this already? So then if we have this already, then why? Who calls this? I am confused. I am confused. Oh, this is actually kind of interesting. Yo, null bitmap. Your Among Us game has failed to launch. I want to play Among Us. Maybe we can play it later. I feel like what's happening here is actually that these processor base objects are sort of pooled, but they're pooled only in certain circumstances. let's show of hands. Does anybody on the stream feel like playing Among Us with random strangers? We could have a large data bank Among Us game. If anybody is listening and wants to play that game. Well, we'll see if we can collect people over time. Yeah, absolutely. We've got a Discord. We've got a Discord. I think we're just sort of low on the people tonight. Yeah. So I think that what we can do, because this is a, I think that we have the raw objects to make this better. Materializer is a releasable object, which means that we release it. Oh, the heck? We explicitly do this. What am I talking about? We're keeping the reference to the same processor base since it allows us to reuse some of the slices. Yes. So then how come those slices are not getting reused, huh? What's the deal? What is the deal? This is exactly what I thought would work. And yet, okay, let's quickly look at what happens when we actually make one of these guys. We make a fresh one. I feel like we're probably just not, okay, so look, you see we set the processor base to the one that we got from the pool, which is good. And then we init it. Does this init somehow destroy our good? It definitely doesn't. So then how come this allocates so much? I don't know, you guys. I feel like this is a true mystery. It feels like this is a true mystery. Lithium, I am still streaming. Did you pick your daughter up? Did it go well? Did you have a good time doing whatever it is that you were doing? If this was an AI, we'd be really done with this project already. This AI is deeply confused. Get some pho for the family and then watch your wife pour her veggie broth into your beef pho, ruining it. Wow. That's depressing. That is super sad, Lithium. I'm sorry that you had that terrible, terrible pho experience. I don't exactly understand. Who knows how to pronounce that? Who knows how to pronounce that word? I think Null Bitmap knows how to pronounce it, right? I don't say it on stream. I don't know how to pronounce it. I feel like it's a little bit suspicious that we do, like, essentially it's just deeply confusing that we have these object pools that like sometimes, but sometimes do not have their own release methods in a sense. Hey, I'm Debsky, how's it going? Have you seen what GANs can do? I definitely have seen some of what GANs can do. Probably not enough, but I've seen some of it. I bet a GAN could probably figure out this problem. But anyway, yeah, I think what's confusing is that like if you have a tree of objects that all have release methods in a sense, that all are sort of object pool aware, it sort of would be better to have the top level object be the only thing that's getting released to any pools. The problem is that like some of the time the sub objects are not used by that same top level object, or like they're sort of used in a side path, in which case you want that object pool to be its own object pool. I don't know. I feel like it's deeply confusing and also probably bad. But what I really don't understand is why this isn't actually getting reused, right? Like this is a method on a pointer type. We do something to its out, which whatever. We set its fields, so we're unsetting all the other fields. It's pronounced like badge with an S in the front, so it is just Sag, huh? Noria. What's up, Crystality Classic? I've heard of Noria, right? What is Noria again? Noria Rust. I have it clicked. Oh yeah. This is this one guy's thing. I watched a talk on this recently. This is similar to the old continually updated materialized views problem, right? It's like another kind of thing like that, like materialize, but different. There was a pretty cool blog post about this recently on Hacker News that I was reading about. It was about updating Excel graphs essentially in like the most efficient possible way. Did you read that blog post? I thought it was pretty neat, pretty interesting stuff. I don't exactly get it. He just presented he's PhD on MIT. Yeah, exactly. Noria, it doesn't sound professional. Yeah. This is it's pretty neat stuff. Crystality, have you used it? Have you played around with it much? Swamped with coursework. It's a pretty good reason not to do something. Is there something weird with the way that this stuff is getting copied? I feel like it isn't. The only reason I'm getting a little confused is that there's this like, I mean, processor base here is embedded. But I don't think that it should behave any differently, right? It's like, we're making this new big object. Our processor base is getting copied from the old object that we got from our object pool that has its slice fields set, presumably. So then how come this ends up allocating? Just keep pressing buttons. I could just kind of move up and down for you there, Just Be. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't really get it. I have to say that this inline assembly stuff is so good though, because I think before I've been really confused, like why is this allocating exactly? Just have to sort of guess. But now if you click here, well, I mean, I guess it doesn't totally tell you, but at least it tells you that it's making a new object. And if you know that, then at least you know that it's for a reason in a sense, and not like, I guess what else would it be? It's always going to be something like that. But in any case, I find it really helpful. It's just kind of odd though. It really is, because you can see that the object pool is kind of working, because you can see that only 10,000 times out of these 1 millions or whatever, we're actually allocating when we get things from the pool. So you'd think that this is actually working, right? I don't really get it. You love when people discover fancy new tools. Yeah, that's, I think that is exciting. I do like the tools. Unfortunately, the fancy new tool is not exactly helping me in this particular situation as much as I would like. Okay, here's a question. Do we ever actually call this like reset method? Like, does this, it's got to, right? Can I, there is one reason that I do miss having the pprof console open though, which is to use list. I like using list. And with this, I guess like you have to, I don't know how you would do list.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Hey, Foxy K, thank you for the follow. Yes, Wiggly Times. Thanks for the keyboard command there, Dirter. I don't have one for that. I probably should get one. Probably should get one. If I search for release here, does anything happen? What is that? What in the world is that? Capitalization, Dominique. That is scary to me. So look, we do actually call this stuff, right? Here we are, calling this stuff. The Golang virus. I need to get one of those MD layer has a good exclamation point Golang that I probably just should copy. What's up, Ethrix? I don't know how to, I feel like I'm struggling. Like okay, here's what we'll do. Why don't we just print stuff? We're gonna print stuff. It's gonna be so fun. Okay, when we make a new materializer, why don't we see what is actually going to happen, right? We're gonna get our thing from the pool. We're copying in our processor base. Why don't we print out here? We're gonna be like, okay, if Wow, MD layer, that was like the most specific thing of all time. We were debating some compiler thing earlier, but I can't remember what now. Either way, I don't think it was a big deal. Okay, here's what we were debating. We were talking about, oh yeah, we were asking about whether casting, whether there's such, whether common sub-expression elimination for like integer casts is a necessary thing, if it happens, if it doesn't matter at all. Like if you have two functions that like sort of go like this, is this problematic? Should you bother factoring out the result of int of a? Let's say a was like a uint 64 or something like that, and you have to cast it to an int. Should you bother pulling int of a out into another variable? And I think the answer is probably no, but that's what we were talking about, right? I think that's what we were like. MD layer was like, maybe if M Dembski was here, he could tell us. Yeah, I think the answer is no. Okay, so we're gonna say if capacity of m dot processor base dot what was it? What was it that we were even messing with? It was add input to drain. So this thing has pb.inputs to drain, which is private. So that's a little bit more annoying. So I guess we could do it from, why don't we just make it public for the time being? Inputs to drain. I'm pretty sure the store to the stack truncates it for free. Okay, so let's just change. Well, why don't we just actually make a method, because that way we don't have to change a bunch of code for no reason. We'll say func pb processor base len inputs to drain. Oh, actually we want cap, right? That was the whole point. We want to figure out why we don't have capacity on these things that we thought we were pooling. We thought we were pooling them. Okay. Whatever. Don't need to bother documenting that. So then when we make our new materializer, we're gonna say, why don't we just print it out? So we're just gonna print out m dot pb processor base dot cap inputs to drain. And let's probably add a little, instead of just, maybe we'll say inputs to drain cap. And I think this is going to be super noisy, but like I think it'll maybe give us an idea at least of what's going on. So let's actually make a little work in progress commit. We'll push this. We'll go back to our cloud machine, which is still running benchmarks, which is kind of dumb. We'll rebuild. You guys like my commit names here? They're pretty good. LKDFJ, classic commit name. Oh God, of course, do not worry. These commits will never see the light of day. They're merely for syncing. Do you guys have, I mean, do you ever develop like this where you're doing like stuff locally and then you have to push it to a machine to benchmark and stuff like that? Do you use Git to do the synchronization, or do you use like a file system that syncs it, or you use rsync? Like what do you guys do for this? I have some people who use this thing called Unison, SSHFS. Yeah, I'm using Git too. I feel like I haven't gotten those fancy FSs to work properly, so I just don't really use them. Okay, so we're gonna start this up. Presumably this will start to spew out a bunch of logs. So look at this. I mean, isn't this interesting? The capacity is always 0, which says to me that this object pooling is just not at all working. But I mean, it makes sense, right? It's like, this is what we're seeing. But I don't get it. I don't get it because down here, okay, so here's the next thing. When we release this thing, do we have any capacity? Because perhaps we're just not releasing it at the right time, or we're clearing something out and then everything sort of becomes a disaster. So let's print here. Releasing materializer. And then we'll just print out our capacity m.processorbase.cap input strain. We'll do it the same thing down here, and we'll do it the same thing down here. Sync thing? What is that? I should look into that, huh? So here we'll say post reset, and here we'll say post copy. Here we go, new fancy commit message. Whoops, that was no commit message. What happened? Open source Dropbox. The compiler thing was that it was casting twice. I wanted to know. I just wanted to know. It wasn't actually. We're fairly sure. Ever inline assembly for performance reasons? I've never done that. I kind of want to, because so one of the reasons that we do this whole business with the C++ style templates for columnar execution is that we like the tight loops over the columnar data. One thing that you can do better that Go doesn't let you do yet is actually using vectorized CPU operations, which Go doesn't emit those. But we could definitely use them, right? So we have all sorts of things where we're like summing a bunch of integers in a column of integers, or like checking equality over all of those integers. And these are perfect opportunities to use the vectorized CPU instructions. And I think that you can do that in Go by using, yeah, exactly, using this avo thing. Exactly, SIMD, yes. Yeah, it would be pretty great. It would be pretty great. It would make my life a little bit better, like marginally better, I would say. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so it looks like we are never releasing a materializer with a capacity of more than 0, which is kind of crazy. Talk to some of the compiler people about auto vectorization. Wonder if a vectors package would be doable once generics lands. Yeah, maybe. SIMD and all types, which are 4 bytes. Cockroach, we're no longer using RocksDB as of version 20.2, which just launched. We use this thing called Pebble, which is a Golang rewrite of RocksDB, basically. It's pretty cool. You should check it out. I don't know too much about Pebble, but I hear that it's pretty great. I've never delved into storage land too much. I'm up high in the SQL part of the stack, for the most part. Oh God, did I say Golang? And I should have said Go? I'm sorry for hurting everybody's feelings. Oh God. Okay, all right. Take it from me, I'm never gonna say Golang again. Look, it even says Go. It doesn't say Golang, thank God. Ooh, hold on. I need to make a thing for this. Commands, add, Pebble. Pebble is CockroachDB's new Go native storage engine. It's gonna come in handy. All right, so we never have any capacity in this thing. What the heck? This I truly don't really get. Dominique skeptically says poggers in quotes. We need to send a GitHub bot that sends CLs to projects or rewrite Golang to Go, except when in a domain name or something. That could be pretty funny. So I bet what's happening. Okay, wait, let's do an experiment. So here we are in the CockroachDB source tree. I'm gonna grep for Golang and see what comes up. Oh, right, golang.org. Well, how do I fix that? This seems like too much work. Okay, I'm giving up. Never mind. That was an interesting idea, and I'm not going to continue with it. Oh yeah, we got all sorts of Golangs. That's why static check is better than Golang CI-lint. Install latest Golang. I don't know. Maybe this is not such a big deal. It's pretty amusing though. Okay, so can we figure out, does anybody ever like nil this thing or something? Well, one thing is that I'm noticing that we actually have the opportunity to, we can pass in a slice of inputs to drain right here. And so then I suppose we could say, well, we don't have access to them because it's private, right? Well, I think that it should be fine though, because the whole point is that, yeah, I mean, if this did have capacity, this would be free. This is a good emote. Okay, so maybe a new experiment should be figuring out the stack at which we do release these things and figuring out why at that point in the stack we're not. Okay, let's go back to our graph. Oh, you know, we could use Peek for this. So if I search inside of
data
Peek,
banks throughout the world.
Thanks for the follow, Il Matone. If I search Peek for release, and then I search in here for materializer.release. So it happens inside of flowbase.cleanup. I wonder if there's something kind of funky with the way this is working. Cleanup. Right, so we iterate over all of our processors, which are defined as these interfaces, and we run release on them if they implement the releasable interface. So that seems fine. But I don't understand why at that point we don't, I don't get that. What if this is getting called by somebody else? Is that a possibility? So if somebody else called reset, it would delete that, right? But nobody else does call it, at least according to this. This is probably just a sample though. So let's see who calls reset on processor base. It's just those two places, huh? And we're sure that we never saw this say 1 or anything, did we? Seems like they always say 0, right? They said 0 from the very start, and they stay saying 0 forever. Okay, here's a new question. Here's a new question. Oh, you know what I bet it is? Is it that, because we iterate through this later, right? To figure out all of our things to drain, right? Oh, but it's not like we deallocate them, so never mind. This is so gross. Gross, gross, gross. So we only write to this in 4 places. Oh, what's this about? Oh, well, this seems like the answer. Okay, so this is the answer here. Why did I not see this? So the way that we do stuff, yo, Hannibal, what's up? The way that we do stuff in this drain helper is that we actually iterate through the inputs to drain, pop off the first. We use it as like a little stack. So of course it's natural that we end up not reusing this memory. Okay, well, this should be easy to fix. Hooray. The way that we're gonna fix it is what exactly? It seems like each time, well, we don't need to be using a, oh no, okay, so we do actually need to be keeping track of which input we're on in this loop, because we might leave the loop over here and then come back and we still need to know the right input that we're on. You're browsing around looking at Go channels, not that kind. Are you looking for CSGO channels and you accidentally found a Golang channel there, Hannibal? Could that be what happened? Everybody's like covering up their ears as I say Golang in a really aggressive fashion. Oh, Go the board game. Yeah, could be that. Oh, okay. It was okay. No, I'm the dummy. I am the dummy. You made a good joke, and I just didn't understand it. Okay, what's up, OX29A? So here's what we're gonna do. I think we'll probably keep an index into this thing, right? It's either that or that's the only answer. Either that or we keep another reference to like the original inputs to drain, but that seems gross. So I think we'll keep an index. Cur input to drain int cur input to drain is the index into inputs to drain that needs to be drained next. How about that? when it reaches the length. Well, I don't even need to say that. It's pretty obvious what this means. Okay, so we're gonna go down. When we reset this guy, we should set it to 0. Not that this really matters, because this is gonna reset that field to 0. So instead of saying pop off the first one, we're gonna say input is equal to pb.inputs to drain of pb.cur input to drain. And then down here, we're gonna say pb.cur input to drain plus plus. And then instead of saying if length is equal to 0, we're gonna say if pb.cur input to drain is greater than or equal to length of pb.inputs to drain. Active Directory Enterprise. Okay, I feel like this probably will fix our issue. Almost. There's a little bit more work to do. A little bit more work to do. I mean, essentially it's like every time that we say, like this also has to change, right? It's more like for underscore input and equal to range. We have to start from pb.cur input to drain to the end of the slice. And then here, instead of saying if length of pb.input to drain is greater than 0, we have to say if pb.cur input to drain is greater than or equal to length of pb.inputs to drain. I wonder if I should make a little helper method for this. I feel like it doesn't matter. We don't change this code all that often. There's just 2 usages of this thing. And then here it's the same thing. pb.cur input to drain, colon. Whoops. Okay. So how about that? Why don't we could run some tests. This is a I think I was just heckling M. Dembski on his stream about this for saying we could run some tests, but instead, why don't we just compile the entire thing and run end to end, because that's more fun. So we're gonna add one. Well, we can amend this last commit. We'll push it to mine. We'll go to our worker. We'll fetch mine. We'll fetch mine again. Reset hard mine opt. Make build. There's one Go person who everyone is afraid of, and the fear grew so great that no one knows who this person is. Maybe. I think the Go community is pretty friendly. I found that everybody in it is pretty open, friendly. Michael Nizek, I don't know how to pronounce that, had a funny story during his talk too. He mentioned that if he had written tests earlier, he could have saved months of confusion. Wow. Okay, months is kind of a lot. Months is kind of a big deal. Okay, so let's run this guy. Okay, it does not run, which means I screwed something up. Hooray. See, why did we need to write tests when the whole program just panics? Isn't that more exciting? Index out of range 0 with length 0. Okay, I probably screwed something up. That's really obvious. 659. So wait, actually, so the difference is that we used to just grab Well, how come this worked then? How come we were always allowed to grab the 0th inputs to drain? Pain threshold for forced to rise test is much lower than months. Something trivial that increase in dead and reaches months. In state draining, inputs to drain 0 is the one currently being drained. Okay, so that's not right anymore. So we have to say inputs to drain of cur input to drain.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
How are you gonna do that?
By guessing.
Thanks for the follow, Side Hustle Live. Oh, I think I did something backwards. I think this is the bug, right? I think I inverted a conditional. So this is saying if length is greater than 0, and I said if length is equal to 0. So I've just gotta fix that. So this has to be less. I think that's gonna fix some problems. And is it saying, did I do both of them backwards? I think I might have done both of them backwards, right? No, this one I did right. If the length is 0, this is right. What's up, Haratalk? Why am I forcing push Lego logic? It's because I'm just really using Git right now to be a way to synchronize my code in between my local machine and the computer that I'm running experiments on. If I was talking about a pull request or something that other people could see, I would never use force push, of course. Of course, I would never use force push. Like a heathen. No, I'm just kidding. Force push is really useful. In fact, on pull requests, I do use force push all the time. That's how to update the pull request without, yeah, whatnot. Use force with lease? What is that? What's up, Gyro? Your compiler interpreter is nearly finished. Only need to implement defining functions and calling them. That's exciting. That's you're nearing something really good. Okay, so things are running now. Now let's rerun our workload. Oh God, it's still, well, this is good. Okay, check it out. We've got a lot of ones, you guys. The ones means that we're doing good. So now we just have to remove those prints and then we'll be happier. Wait, seriously? There's a with lease thing? I've never heard of that. That's super cool. I'm gonna try it out. Git add one, git commit amend, git push h. Force with lease. Holy crap. That's actually so cool. Wait. Wow. I feel like I should alias my -f to force with lease. That would be pretty cool, right? You can also pass no edit with amend. I did not know that. Wow, I'm learning some good Git things. I feel like I know a lot of Git flags, but you're teaching me quite a bit here today, so I appreciate that. Okay, so we're gonna go over here, run our workload. What do we get? I use amend a lot. Amend is it's a workhorse. All right, so this is running. Let's kill this, and we'll take a new profile. So we'll take it with the heap endpoint. Okay. Dominique, what do you, well, I'll just ask the whole stream. What do you guys think about add-p? Add-p is truly my dream advanced Git tool that I'm obsessed with. P is for Pog. All right, what do we got? What do we got, friends? I'm hoping to see a slightly smaller number on one of these boxes. You guys, you see this? This used to say something like 1.25%. We did it. We did it, Twitch chat. We reduced allocations by 0.5%. I'm getting pretty proud. Use Magit in Emacs. I hear that thing is really good if you're an Emacs user. I'll give you a little demo of add-p. Maybe the new percentage is lower because everything else allocates more now. No way, dude. We've been so careful. I think the total is probably, let's reset to this. Wait a minute. What's going on here? I think we want to reset to here. I think our total is probably at like 0.5% right now. To be perfectly honest, I think we're just sitting at 0.5%, but hold on a minute. We are not done. Let's just quickly take a look at our source. What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I? This is suspicious. This is deeply suspicious. I don't think we're done. You guys, I think that I've misled myself and possibly you, because the box got smaller. Oh, can't trust the source view if the code changed on disk. But I think I reloaded everything. I think I reloaded everything. I think I've misled Twitch chat. I think I've misled myself, and I'm feeling pretty ashamed of it. I think okay, look, if we scroll up here, we see a lot of ones, and that was a good thing. The ones is a good thing. Inputs to drain cap. Where did that come from? Oh God. Wait. The truth is that I just don't remember where our stupid printfs were. Because I spent all this effort making sure that we were getting those slices back into the pool, and they were. I figured that out. But then now it sort of seems like this still didn't make a difference. But now I'm feeling like the difference is that I didn't actually. Did I verify that after we set all this stuff up, we still had capacity in our slice? That is the question. That is the question. I've misled Twitch chat and I've misled myself. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add one more printf. I'm so sad about this. Okay, we're gonna print out, right? Because like, I could have sworn we did have a release materializer, post reset, post copy. I just, wait, I just don't remember. It's okay, we'll just make a new one. So we're gonna say initializing materializer with cap of, and we're gonna pass in m dot processor base dot cap inputs to drain. All right. You gotta be okay with the printf debugging. Okay, so here's add-p. I'm hitting add-p. I've got a bunch of working stuff. Look, all these dirty changes, right? So add-p, it's gonna give me this weird interactive menu thing. It's gonna give me hunk by hunk, and a hunk is like a subdiff essentially. It's gonna allow me to say, stage it, don't stage it, edit the hunk, delete it, quit it. You know, you can sort of do it essentially like more fine-grained adding of hunks than file by file, which is the default that Git gives you. So I want this. I'm just gonna say yes to everything because I want all of this. Splitting the hunks for a long time. Yeah, you can hit S to split. So right now I've got one big hunk that's got 3 diffs, but if I hit S, it's gonna give me hunk by hunk sub hunks, essentially, which is cool. So I'm just gonna add all this stuff, add it. Great. Whip, reducing allocs. Okay, we're gonna push. Select region, there's your perfect split. So you can do that sort of stuff in Goland too. I mean, like you can grab these little diffie handles and then add them to a change set and stuff, but I just never do that. I like to stay in the terminal, as I guess you probably do too. Git fetch mine. What did I do? All right, I mean, it's pretty clearly saying capacity is 1. You can see that. So and we know that the length is 0, right? Because when we return this thing, we set its inputs to drain to length 0, length 1, length 0. Probably should have printed the length out too, just to be double sure. But I mean, yeah. So we get this materializer, we make sure its capacity is 1. And then, nonetheless, okay, wait, let's actually quickly just do this again. Do this again. Come over here, hit the pprof. Why don't we hit the pprof without our UI just to be quick about things? Well, we don't need to. So we're pretty sure that the line number is updated, right? Because we see the new print line. But then nonetheless, how come? I really don't understand that. Why do you need to runtime grow slice? Why? Why? Is it that we... Oh, okay, I see the problem, and it's dumb. We undo all of our hard work right here. Okay. That is truly despicable. Do we ever even use this? We use it all over the place. I think what we need to do is we need to say if if ops.inputs to drain is not equal to nil, then we can do it. And we'll say only initialize this if non-nil, because we cache the capacity, we cache the slice of inputs to drain in our object pool, and overwriting the slice in init would be horribly counterproductive. It's a lot of parameters. It sure is a lot of parameters. All right, I'm having hope. I'm having hope again. Hope is back. Because that was pretty clearly broken. Back in my day, we had a parameter uphill for input. Parameter uphill.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks.
Yo, Vossen. Vossen, thank you for the follow. Voss is up.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
CS Practice Live. Thank you for the follow. Let me guess. You practice CS Live. Counter-Strike, right? In a way, I'm practicing CS Live. Keyword sound gave me eargasms. I get that a lot. Oh my god, did I forget to remove the print line? Please don't tell me. Oh my god. I think I'm losing it. This is going to be the last thing I'm doing, because I'm like losing steam for sure. Forgetting everything. Forgetting all of the things that make sense. Yeah, the thing about that Haratalk is that, like, I feel like typing no edit is more keystrokes. Because look, normally if I hit commit amend, I hit enter, and then I hit colon WQ. So colon WQ enter, that's 4 keystrokes. Whereas if I did commit amend no edit, that's like 9 keystrokes. It's pretty handy though. I feel like I should make an alias for it. Yeah, that's a good idea. I could make an alias. Get Kane. I like that. That's actually super funny. Get Kane. Uh-oh. What did I just do? I think I just reset to like a super old branch, which wiped my entire compile cache. So sorry. I also have commit as CI, but I never use that. I like forget to do it. Get Kane, dude. Yeah. CMake. Well, all this stuff I have a C cache, so it's like it's all good more or less, but it's kind of rip. It's definitely rip level. This is another reason why we're trying to Bazel stuff, right? It's like I think that Bazel does better with caching. Git Kane, eh? Does one's git config have sensitive information that you shouldn't show on stream? Let me look into that. I feel like no, right? Because I have it on my. It's on my GitHub. So if it's sensitive, I've already lost, right? Wait a minute. Do I have that on my GitHub? LSL git config. I do. All right. Here we go. Okay. So what do we got in here? We got all sorts of crazy aliases. We got CI, we got CO. I don't use any of these. I use CO. That's like the only one I use. I'm constantly typing get CO. I never remember to do CI. I think I used this. I used DC for diff cached. I use this a lot. Do you guys know about git LG? This thing is sick. I didn't make it up, but it's like, oh my God, it's so good. You got all the graphs and stuff. It's truly the dream. I feel like I use some of these, but not most of them. Not most of them. Stole the same git LG alias. Yeah, that makes sense. This thing is super good. You guys, you should take this guy. This thing is absolutely killer. So what get this does? This is a me. I invented this one, I think. And what it does is it shows you the most recent branches that you were on, which I'm asking all the time. You have to know, where were you? What was I just doing? I have no idea. I'm on like 10 branches. So it just shows you git last. These are the branches that I was on most recently. Wow, you can see that I don't code this much anymore. It's like EM life. That EM life. Only on Twitch or something. Okay, where is our build going? Our build is ready. We can rerun, go over here, hit the old KV workload. What the heck? Did I not? What happened? I didn't add. I told you guys that I'm losing it, right? Git command. Wait. Okay, now is the time for git Kane. We're making git Kane. Git, how do you make an alias? I don't know. I'll just edit my git config. I have it edited already. So we're gonna add Kane. Commit, amend, no edit. All right. Dude, git Kane. It's so good. I'm obsessed with git Kane right now. Okay, we're pushing this back up. Oh, we needed that window, didn't we? That was our tunnel, so we'll keep that open. Okay. Oh yeah, you got to use the git aliases. They're really good. I have like those bash ones are like kind of okay. Puff. I like that. Git puff. Git cane and git puff. I'm into it. I'm into it. Get GG. I think I have a get who that's pretty cool. What is get who again? Get who is just, I guess it's not that good. It's just like a giant list of the contributors to a thing with sorted by name, including their number of contributions. Okay. Are we ready? Is it now gonna work? Anonymal. Git good. Alias to run a random permutation of git commands. An alias for sudo bang bang. That's I don't know, dude. I don't know, Easy Light. That seems a little bit sketchy to me. Okay, we're gonna let this go for a bit. I don't know about you guys, but anecdotally, doesn't this just feel a little bit faster? Just like a little bit faster. 53K ops per second. We did a good job. Reduced the number of allocations by 0.25%. It's really gonna help. It's really helping quite a lot already, you can tell. Okay, so let's hit this up. Go back over here. Go to our pprof. Change to alloc objects. It's flying by now, right? I don't know. This seems to be the same as it was before, huh? Why don't we take a look at the source? Okay, the moment of truth. Will we see any numbers by this add? Okay, at least that worked. Look at. We got no numbers. The reduction of numbers is very strong. Is truly the dream. Truly the dream. ISO sushi. You know, Lithium asks, what's a good type of situation to use CockroachDB? Really, anytime that you want to use a SQL database is a good time to use CockroachDB, especially if you're interested in making sure that your database can scale horizontally later. How's that? All right. But Postgres? Dominique. But can you horizontally scale Postgres? Multi-tenant scale out. Yeah, that's really what you want. You friend at Discord use Cassandra. Cassandra is pretty good, but it's kind of different. It's kind of more of a NoSQL kind of database. Yeah, I think you guys, it's been fun. I think I'm gonna call it a night. I'm getting pretty tired, and we've managed to reduce allocations by 0.75% or something, which I feel like it's a good time to end it. So I'm gonna go ahead and find somebody to raid. Gonna go ahead and find somebody to raid. I don't see M. Dembski on, which is sad. I was sort of hoping I would be able to raid M. Dembski, but I guess he's not streaming right now. Why don't we raid this amazing homie. The amazing homie who does a lot of wild and interesting things. You tuned in to watch me play games? Yeah, I don't think, it just doesn't feel like it's in the cards for me tonight. So instead of that, we're gonna hit up our homie. We're gonna hit up our homie, Last Miles. Do you guys know about Last Miles? Last Miles is truly an interesting person. I sent a few raids his way before, and everybody has given him a rave review. Interesting character. You're gonna learn a lot and have a lot of fun. So hey, say hello. If you enjoyed the stream, make sure to give me a follow. I'll be back. Hope to see you next time. All right, you guys, hitting the raid button. See you later.
Best overall performance. The award goes to Aaron Bell.
She didn't know she got third place. I was like, yay, she got third place. And she was just kind of like, what? Oh my.
No, we're watching something far fucking worse. We're watching what's called the destruction of childhood. The destruction of childhood parents who push